Welcome back to the quiet apothecary. Take a slow breath, settle into where you are, and let the shoulders soften a little. There is no hurry tonight, and nothing here that asks anything of you. Tonight we begin a long journey, not across a single country, but across many centuries and many lands of the East. We will gather 100 plant cures, one at a time, each in its quiet turn. And we will let them carry us slowly forward through time. We will begin at the very beginning, beside the sacred rivers of ancient India, where the first physicians learned to read the living world like a long and patient book. From there we will drift eastward and forward into the courts of early China, where healers ground their roots upon stone and kept their lore in careful order. We will pass through the golden dispensaries of the Tang and the refined cabinets of the Song. We will rest a while in the quiet gardens of old Japan, breathe the cool air of the Tibetan snows, and wander at last among the flowering kingdoms of the southern seas, before the lamps of the old world burned low and the modern age came on. Imagine, for a moment, that you are sitting in a small, still room at the close of a very long evening. The shutters are half drawn. A single lamp burns upon the workbench, and the air carries the warm, dry scent of many dried things, of bark and root and resin and old paper. Along the walls stand rows of small drawers and dark glass jars, each one holding a remedy that someone, somewhere, in a time long gone, gathered with great care and trusted with their life. We are going to open these one at a time, slowly, and look inside. You need not remember any of it. You need not follow it closely, or hold it in your mind, or keep awake to the end. Let the names pass over you like the names of distant places on a map you will never need to read. Let the centuries fold gently into one another. If your eyes grow heavy before we reach the 10th plant, or the 50th, or the last, that is exactly as it should be. The journey will carry on without you, softly, and you may rest. That is the pace I would like to keep tonight. Slow, even, steady as a soft rain falling on a tiled roof, somewhere far away, in a country you have never seen. We will turn now to the very first of our 100 cures, and to the oldest of all our lands. We begin in the warm river valleys of ancient India, beside the slow brown waters where, 3,000 years ago and more, the singers of the old hymns first set down what they knew of the healing plants. They called their long tradition of medicine the knowledge of life, and they believed that for every ailment of the body, the earth had grown a quiet answer somewhere, if only a patient person would learn to find it. The first plant is ashwagandha. It is a small, modest, grey-green shrub of the dry scrublands of India, sending up branching woody stems clothed in soft oval leaves, with small greenish bell-shaped flowers and little orange berries held in papery husks, very like a tiny lantern. The root, however, is the heart of the matter. When it is dug from the dry ground and broken open, it gives off a faint warm scent that the old physicians thought was very like the smell of a horse, and from that came the plant's name in the ancient tongue, the smell of the horse, for they believed that the one who took the root would gain the steady strength of that animal. In the old Indian apothecary, the dried root was the most prized part. It was lifted in the cool months, washed clean of the red soil, cut into small pieces, and dried slowly in the shade until it grew pale and hard. From there it was ground to a fine powder upon a stone, and this powder was the form in which the remedy was usually given. A small spoonful of it was stirred into warm milk, sweetened a little with honey or with raw cane sugar, and given in the quiet hour before sleep to those who had grown thin and weary with long care, to the old whose strength was fading, and to the restless who could not settle their minds at the end of a hard day. The physicians of the old texts wrote that the root rebuilt the body slowly, like a patient mason laying stone upon stone, and that it should be taken not for a single night, but through a long and gentle season. There is a quiet detail recorded in the old commentaries that the root was thought to work best when taken through the cold half of the year, and that a person who drank the warm milk and root through one whole winter would come into the spring steadier, calmer, and less afraid of the dark hours. It is a herb of slow returning, and a fitting one with which to begin a long night. We will turn now to the second. The second plant is turmeric. It is a leafy plant of the warm, wet lowlands, sending up broad, bright green leaves from a knot of fat underground stems, with a pale, almost ghostly flower hidden among the leaf sheaths in the rainy season. Those underground stems, the rhizomes, are the treasure of the plant. When they are lifted from the dark soil and cut open, they show a deep, astonishing orange, gold within, a color so strong that it stains the fingers, the cloth, and the cooking pot, and so it has done in the kitchens and the sick rooms of India for at least 4,000 years. In the old apothecary, the fresh rhizomes were boiled, then dried hard in the sun, and ground upon a stone to the fine golden powder that everyone now knows. This powder was a remedy of many uses, kept always within reach. Stirred into warm milk with a little black pepper and a touch of honey. It was given at night for the aching joints of the old, for the slow recovery of those worn down by long fever, and for the lingering cough of the damp season. Made into a thick paste with water or with oil, it was spread upon wounds and upon the small skin troubles of children. For the golden paste was trusted to keep a cut clean and to help it close. A bride, in many parts of the land, was anointed with turmeric paste before her wedding, that her skin might glow and that she might be kept from harm. The old physicians held that turmeric was a great cleanser of the body, a herb that set the inner channels back in order after they had grown clogged and sluggish. There is something fitting in a plant whose color is the color of a low evening lamp, kept burning quietly in a corner against the dark. Even now, in countless houses across that warm land, a cup of golden milk is the last small ritual of the night, taken slowly in the hush before sleep. We will turn now to the third. The third plant is holy basil, which the people of India have always called tulsi. It is a small, bushy, aromatic herb of the dooryard and the temple court, with soft, slightly hairy leaves of green or deep purple, and slender spikes of tiny pale flowers. When the leaf is brushed or bruised, it releases a warm, clean, clove-like scent, sharp and a little peppery, that seems to clear the air around it. Of all the healing plants of India, this is perhaps the most beloved, for it was held to be sacred above the others, and in countless households a plant of tulsi was grown in a raised pot at the center of the courtyard, tended with daily care, and greeted each morning as one would greet a quiet member of the family. In the old apothecary and in the home, which for tulsi were nearly the same place, the fresh leaves were the chief remedy. A small handful of them, steeped in hot water with a little honey, and perhaps a few grains of black pepper, or a sliver of ginger made a fragrant infusion given for the coughs and colds of the changing seasons, for the fevers that come and go, and for the heaviness of the chest in the damp months. The juice of the crushed leaves was dropped, warmed into an aching ear, and rubbed upon the skin against the bites of insects. A few of the leaves were chewed slowly each morning by those who wished to keep a clear head and a calm heart through the day. The old texts speak of Tulsi as a guardian as much as a medicine, a plant that watched over the house and kept the bad airs from settling within its walls. There is a gentle picture in this, of a small green plant standing in the middle of a courtyard at dusk, breathing out its clean clove scent into the cooling evening, while the family settles to its rest around it. We will turn now to the fourth. The fourth plant is neem. It is a tall, spreading, evergreen tree of the dry Indian plains, with long sprays of narrow-toothed, dark green leaves and small white star, like flowers that scent the hot nights of spring with a faint honeyed sweetness. The leaf, the bark, the seed, and the small bitter fruit were all used, and the chief quality of every part of the tree, the quality that the old physicians valued above all, was a deep and lasting bitterness, for they held that a clean, strong bitterness was one of the body's great medicines, a thing that drove out corruption and set the inner workings right. In the old apothecary, the leaves were used most freely, for the tree grew near almost every village and gave its leaves in great abundance. A handful of the fresh leaves, boiled in water until the liquid ran dark and bitter, made a wash that was used upon troubled skin, upon slow, healing sores, and upon the small itching rashes of the hot season. The same bitter water, cooled, was sometimes taken in small careful sips as a cleansing tonic for the sluggish body. The young twigs were broken off and chewed at one end until they frayed into a soft brush, and with these the people cleaned their teeth and kept their gums sound, a custom so old that no one could remember its beginning. Dried neem leaves were tucked among stored grain and folded clothes to keep the small gnawing pests away. There is a quiet wisdom in the old saying that the neem tree was the village pharmacy, standing always at the edge of the lane, asking nothing, giving its bitter leaves to whoever had need of them, in good years and in bad. We will turn now to the fifth. The fifth cure is not a single plant but a small, famous trio of fruits taken together and known in the old tongue as the three fruits. The heart of this trio, and the one we shall dwell upon, is the amla, the Indian gooseberry, joined by two of its bitter and astringent cousins to make the gentle blend the physicians trusted above almost any other for the slow keeping of health. The amla is the small, round, pale green fruit of a graceful tree of the warm forests, translucent and sour, with a taste so sharp and clean that it leaves the mouth feeling washed and bright. The fruit was gathered in the cool months, when it was at its best, and either eaten fresh or dried in the sun until it grew hard and dark. The dried fruits of all three kinds were ground together to a fine brown powder, and this powder, the three fruits, was the most quietly important remedy in the whole Indian cupboard. A small spoonful of the powder, stirred into warm water and taken at the close of the day, was given for the sluggish belly, for the slow digestion of the old, and as a gentle keeper of the body's good order over many years. The physicians wrote that it cleared the inner passages softly, without violence, and that one who took it steadily through a long life would keep a clear eye and a sound gut into great old age. It was given to the elderly, to the convalescent, and to anyone whose system had grown heavy and dull. There is something deeply calming in the idea of a remedy whose whole purpose is to keep the slow machinery of the body turning quietly, year upon year, asking nothing dramatic, only steadiness. We will turn now to the sixth. The sixth plant is Brommi. It is a small, creeping, succulent herb of the wet edges of the Indian ponds and ditches, with thick, rounded little leaves held in pairs along trailing stems, and small pale flowers, white or faintly blue, that open low among the leaves. It grows in the soft mud at the water's edge, spreading quietly, asking little. The old physicians named it for the creative spirit of the universe in their tradition, for they held it to be the great herb of the mind, the one that cleared the thoughts, steadied the memory, and brought a settled calm to a troubled head. In the old apothecary, the whole small plant was used, gathered fresh from the water's edge, and either pressed for its juice or dried slowly and ground to a powder. The juice of the fresh herb, a little of it stirred into warm milk and sweetened, was given to students whose studies had wearied them, to those whose minds raced and would not rest, and to the old whose memories had begun to fade and slip. A little of the powder was sometimes warmed in clarified butter and taken in the same gentle way. The herb was held to work slowly, like ashwagandha, over a long season, settling the mind by degrees rather than all at once. There is a soft tradition that the brothers of the old learning, the keepers of the long hymns who held vast tracts of verse in memory alone, took a little Brommi each morning to keep their minds clear and their recollection sound. Whether or not it was so, there is something restful in the thought of a small green herb growing quietly in the pond mud, whose ancient gift was simply to quiet a busy mind. If your own thoughts are still turning a little tonight, let them slow now, as the pond water slows at evening, and grow still. We will turn now to the seventh. The seventh plant is Shatavari. It is a climbing, feathery plant of the warm Indian woodlands, a wild kind of asparagus, sending up slender thorny stems that scramble over the bushes. Clothed in soft needle, like leaves that give the whole plant the look of green smoke. Beneath the soil it carries a great cluster of long, pale, fleshy roots, hanging together like the fingers of many hands, and it was these roots that the old physicians prized. The name they gave the plant meant, in the old tongue, she who has 100 roots, and it was the great herb of women, trusted through every season of a woman's long life. In the old apothecary, the fleshy roots were dug in the cool months, washed, peeled, and dried, then ground to a pale powder or simmered slowly into clarified butter to make a soft medicinal paste. A spoonful of the powder in warm sweetened milk was the usual way of taking it. It was given to nursing mothers to steady and increase their milk, to women worn thin by many childbearings, and to those entering the changing years of later life, for the physicians held that the root cooled and soothed and restored what the long seasons had drawn away. It was given, too, to the convalescent of either sex as a slow strengthener after fever. There is a gentleness in the old descriptions of this root, a sense of it as a kind, cooling, motherly medicine, the one reached for when the body had given much and needed quietly to be filled again. It is a herb of replenishing, and a fitting one to think of as the night deepens and the body asks, at last, only to be restored by sleep. We will turn now to the eighth. The eighth plant is long pepper, which the old physicians called pipali. It is a slender, climbing vine of the warm, wet forests of the Indian foothills, twining up the trunks of the larger trees. With broad heart-shaped leaves and small flowers crowded together into a slim, nobly spike, very like a small grey-brown catkin. It is that spike dried, that is the spice and the medicine. And when it is bitten, it gives a slow, deep, lingering heat, sharper and more penetrating than the round black pepper that grows on its cousin, and longer to fade upon the tongue. In the old apothecary, the dried spikes were ground to a warm grey powder and used with great care, for the heat of the plant was strong. A very small pinch of the powder, stirred into warm milk or into honey, was given for the cold, sluggish chest of the damp season, for the lingering cough that would not clear, and for the weak digestion of one whose inner fire, as the physicians put it, had grown low and dim. It was a great kindler of that inner warmth, and was given especially in the cold and wet months, when the body felt heavy and chilled within. There is an old and careful practice recorded for this herb, a slow course of taking it in which the dose was raised a little each day for some days, and then lowered again by the same measure, so that the body was gently coaxed towards strength and then let down softly, never jolted. It is a herb that rewards patience, and one that the old physicians handled with the respect due to a small, warm, quietly powerful thing. We will turn now to the ninth. The ninth plant is sandalwood. It is a small, slow, growing evergreen tree of the dry hills of southern India, unremarkable to look upon, with slender drooping branches and small dull purple flowers. Its great treasure lies hidden in the heartwood at the center of the trunk, a fine, close-grained, pale golden wood that holds, deep within it, one of the most beloved scents in all the world, soft, warm, sweet, and lasting, a fragrance that seems to slow the very breath of the one who draws it in. The tree must grow for many long years before the scented heartwood forms, and so it was always gathered slowly and used sparingly, with care. In the old apothecary, the heartwood was rubbed with a little water against a rough stone until a smooth, pale, fragrant paste gathered at the foot of the stone. This cool paste was the chief remedy. It was spread upon the brow and the temples of those burning with fever, for it was held to draw the heat from the head, and upon hot, troubled skin to calm it. The same paste, applied between the brows, was used to settle a racing mind and to bring on a restful sleep, and the faint sweet scent of it, rising as the person lay down, was thought to carry the thoughts gently away. A few shavings of the wood, simmered in water, made a cooling drink for the inner heat of the summer months. There is a deep quiet in the scent of sandalwood, the kind of quiet that fills a still temple at dusk. If you draw a slow breath now and imagine that cool, sweet fragrance settling over you, you may feel something of what the old physicians meant when they reached for this gentle wood at the end of a hard, hot day. We will turn now to the 10th. The 10th cure is guggle, the fragrant resin. It comes from a small, thorny, rather scrubby tree of the dry, rocky country of western India, a tree that looks almost dead through the long dry season, its crooked branches bare and grey. When the bark of this tree is cut, it weeps a sticky, pale, aromatic gum, which hardens in the heat into small brown lumps, and these lumps, gathered patiently from the wounded bark, were one of the old cupboard's most valued medicines for the slow, heavy ailments of the joints and the body's deeper channels. In the old apothecary, the hardened resin was first purified, an important and careful step, by simmering the lumps gently in a decoction of certain herbs until the impurities rose away and a cleaner, softer resin remained. This purified guggul was then rolled into small pills, often with other powders worked in, and given for the stiff and aching joints of the old, for the slow swellings of the limbs, and for the heaviness that settles into a body grown too still and too well fed. The physicians held that the resin scraped clean the inner channels, much as a slow fire renders down a heavy fat, and that it lightened and freed a body that had grown clogged and dull. There is a small, vivid picture in the old practice of this remedy, of the gum gatherers going out in the dry season to the grey thorny groves, finding the trees that wept, and scraping the hardened amber tears from the bark into their cloth bags, working in the great heat and the silence, gathering drop by hardened drop, a medicine that had been trusted for the aching bodies of the old for thousands of years. We will turn now to the 11th. The 11th plant is vetiver, the root the people of India have always called kus. It is a tall, dense, clump-forming grass of the warm, wet lowlands, with long, narrow blue, green blades that rise to the height of a tall man, and it would seem, above the soil, to be nothing more than a great tuft of coarse grass. Beneath the soil, however, lies its treasure, a deep, dense, tangled mass of fine roots that carry one of the coolest and most refreshing scents of the whole Indian summer, a fragrance damp and green and earthy, like rain falling on dry ground, like the first cool breath of the monsoon after the long heat. In the old apothecary, and in every household that could gather the roots, vetiver was above all a cure for the great heat. The washed, dried roots were woven into thick mats and screens, which in the hottest months were hung across the doorways and windows and kept wet with water, so that the hot wind, passing through the damp, fragrant root, was cooled and sweetened before it entered the room, and the whole house took on the green scent of coming rain. The roots were also steeped in water to make a cool, faintly fragrant drink, given against the inner heat of summer, against thirst, and against the restlessness and sleeplessness that the great heat brings. A little of the water was sprinkled on the bedding of those who could not sleep for the warmth of the night. There is something wonderfully restful in the whole idea of this root, of a hot house quieted and cooled by a wet curtain of fragrant grass, of the dry burning wind turned, as it crossed the threshold, into something that smelled of rain. If the night around you is warm, imagine that cool green scent now, drifting in through a darkened doorway, and let it ease you toward rest. We will turn now to the 12th, the last of our remedies from the old land of the sacred rivers. The 12th plant is cardamom. It is a tall, leafy plant of the shaded, rain-soaked hill forests of southern India, sending up long blades from a knot of underground stems with low, sprawling flowering shoots that creep along the forest floor and bear small pale flowers, and from these, the small three-sided green seed pods that hold the fragrant black seeds within. When a pod is crushed, the seeds release a warm, sweet, slightly camphorous fragrance, complex and lingering, that has made cardamom one of the most prized and most traveled spices of the whole ancient world. In the old apothecary, the dried pods were kept whole and crushed only when needed, for the fragrance faded once the seeds were freed. A few of the seeds, crushed and steeped in hot water or warmed in milk, made a fragrant remedy given for the sluggish belly, for the wind and heaviness that follow a rich meal, and for the faint nausea of the stomach that will not settle. The seeds were chewed slowly after eating, both to sweeten the breath and to ease the digestion, and they were added to the warm, spiced milks given at night to quiet the body before sleep. The physicians held that cardamom kindled a gentle warmth in the belly and lifted the heaviness from the chest. There is a soft luxury in the scent of cardamom, the warm sweetness of a spiced drink prepared slowly by a low fire on a cool evening. With it, we close the first chapter of our long journey, the chapter of the first physicians of the sacred rivers, who beside their slow brown waters, 3,000 years ago and more, first set down the gentle wisdom of the healing plants. But the great wheel of the centuries turns slowly on, and far to the east, in another and older land, beside another great and muddy river, other healers were learning the same patient art in their own quiet way. Let your breath slow a little further, and let us drift now toward the courts of the Yellow River, where the next of our remedies waits. We have come now to the second of our lands, to the broad yellow plains of early China, where, in the days of the oracle bones and the bronze vessels, the first healers of that world were already gathering and grinding the roots of the hills. Their lore was old even then, passed from hand to hand long before it was ever written, and it was said to reach back to a legendary emperor who tasted 100 plants in a single day to learn which would heal and which would harm. Whether such a man ever lived, no one can say. But the patient tasting and remembering he stands for went on for many thousands of years, beside the slow, muddy waters of the great river they called the Yellow. The 13th plant is mahuang, which the far western world would later come to call ephedra. It is a strange, stiff rush-like shrub of the dry, wind-swept lands of the north, sending up many slender, jointed green stems, almost leafless, like bundles of green wire that stand against the cold high winds of the steppe. It bears small scale, like leaves and tiny flowers, and small red berries on the female plants, but it is the green jointed stems that hold the medicine, and they hold it strongly. For this was one of the most powerful and most carefully handled herbs in the whole early Chinese cupboard. In the old apothecary, the dried stems were cut into short lengths and stored with care, and the dose was measured out with a watchful eye. A decoction of the stems, simmered in water, was the great remedy for the chest seized up by cold, for the wheezing breath that would not open, and for the heavy, chilled body of one who had taken a deep cold and could not sweat it out. The physicians held that the herb opened the closed surfaces of the body, brought on a healing sweat, and freed the locked breath of the laboring chest. It was strong and quick, and not to be given lightly, and the old texts paired it carefully with gentler herbs to soften its force. There is a vivid quality to this herb, a sense of a cold, dry wind off the high plains caught and held within a bundle of green stems, and of the careful physician reaching for it only, when the body was truly shut and chilled and in need of opening. It was a herb of awakening, of the locked door thrown open, and the old healers respected it as such. We will turn now to the 14th. The 14th plant is ginseng, the great root the Chinese called ren shen, the man root. It is a low, modest plant of the cool shaded forests of the northeast, with a slender stem bearing a whorl of toothed leaves and a small cluster of pale green flowers that ripen into bright red berries. Above the ground it asks no attention at all. Beneath the soil, however, grows the most famous and most prized root in all of the East, a pale, fleshy, forking root that, in the best and oldest specimens, takes on the rough shape of a small human figure with a body and two splayed legs. And from that likeness came the old name, the man root, and much of the long reverence in which it was held. In the old apothecary, ginseng was kept apart from the common herbs, in a place of honor, for a fine old wild root was worth more than its weight in almost anything. It was used most often in a slow, gentle way. A few slices of the dried root were simmered very long and low in a covered pot, sometimes in a special double vessel set within a pot of boiling water, so that none of its strength was lost, and the resulting broth was given in small, careful cups. It was the great restorer, given to those utterly worn out by long illness, to the very old whose strength had nearly gone, and to the gravely weakened whose life seemed to be ebbing. The physicians held that it gathered up and steadied the body's deep original strength, the strength a person is born with and slowly spends across a lifetime. There is a quiet, almost solemn quality to the old accounts of this root, a sense that it was reached for at the edges of life, in the gravest weariness, when the body most needed to be gently called back. The diggers who sought the wild root in the deep northern forests treated it with ceremony, and some, on finding a fine old plant, would scatter the ripe red berries back into the soil before lifting the root, so that the forest might grow another in its place far in the years to come. We will turn now to the 15th. The 15th plant is rhubarb root, which the Chinese physicians called Da Huang, the Great Yellow. It is a tall, bold plant of the cool high mountains of the west, with great broad crinkled leaves rising from the ground on thick stalks, and a tall flowering spike of small pale flowers in the summer. Beneath the soil it carries a large, heavy, deep yellow root, bitter and astringent and strong, and this root was one of the most important purging and cleansing medicines of the entire Chinese tradition, traded far and wide, and famous even in distant lands that knew almost nothing else of Chinese medicine. In the old apothecary, the root was dug from the high cold ground in autumn, cut into pieces, and dried with care, and it was handled with respect, for its action was strong. A decoction of the root, simmered in water, was given to clear a body grown blocked and heavy and feverish within, to move a stubborn and sluggish gut, and to draw down the burning heat that the physicians believed could rise and clog the body's upper passages. It was a herb of strong clearing, used when gentler means had failed, and the dose was watched closely, for a little did much. Cooked long, it was milder and more warming. Given raw and brief, it was swift and cold and strong. There is an old saying among the physicians that Da Huang was a general, not a foot soldier, a herb that swept through with great force to break a stubborn blockage, and then was withdrawn, never kept on for long. Even so, in small and careful doses, a little of it was given as a gentle cleanser to the heavy and sluggish, and it kept its place, generation upon generation, as one of the cupboard's great and trusted roots. We will turn now to the 16th. The 16th plant is cinnamon, the warm bark the Chinese knew in two kindred forms, the thick inner bark of the trunk, and the slender young twigs. It comes from a tall evergreen tree of the warm south, with glossy dark green leaves and small pale flowers, and its treasure lies in the bark, which when stripped and dried curls into the warm brown quills we all know, holding within them a deep, sweet woody, the fiery fragrance that has been prized across the whole world for as long as there has been trade between distant lands. In the Chinese cupboard, the thick bark of the old trunk and the thin bark of the young twigs were treated as two related but distinct medicines, the one deep and warming, the other lighter and more outward reaching. In the old apothecary, the slender twigs were used to warm and open the surface of the body, given in decoctions for the chilled person who could not get warm, for the aching limbs of one who had taken cold, and to coax a gentle, healing warmth out to the skin. The thick inner bark of the trunk, far warmer and deeper, was reserved for the cold that had settled into the very core of the body, for the failing inner fire of the old and the gravely weakened, given to call the deep warmth of life back to a body grown cold within. A little of the bark, simmered in water with ginger and a few sweet dates, made a warming drink for a cold winter evening. There is a great comfort in the scent of this bark, the warm sweetness of a spiced drink steaming on a cold night, and the old physicians knew it well. Of all the warming herbs of the cupboard, cinnamon was perhaps the kindest, a herb of deep returning warmth, reached for whenever the cold had crept too far in. We will turn now to the 17th. The 17th plant is ginger, the warm root that has been the friend of cooks and physicians alike across the whole of the East for longer than anyone can say. It is a leafy plant of the warm, wet lowlands, sending up reed, like stalks of long, narrow leaves from a knot of pale, nobly underground stems, with a hooded yellow-green flower rising now and then among the leaves. Those knobbly underground stems are the ginger we know, pale gold within, juicy and fibrous, and full of a clean, sharp, penetrating heat that warms the mouth and then the whole body when it is taken. In the Chinese cupboard it was used in two forms, the fresh juicy root and the dried hard root, and the two were held to be quite different in their nature, the fresh warming and outward, the dried deeper and hotter and more inward. In the old apothecary, fresh ginger was the great everyday remedy for the cold caught in damp weather, for the queasy and unsettled stomach, and for the chilled body that needed gently warming through. A few slices simmered in water, with a little brown sugar, made the warming drink reached for at the first sign of a winter chill. Fresh ginger was given, too, to settle a nauseous belly and to quiet the heaving of one who could not keep food down. The dried root, hotter and more concentrated, was reserved for the deep inner cold of the belly, for the weak and chilled digestion of one whose inner fire had grown low. There is a homely warmth to this root that needs no explaining, for it lives still in kitchens the world over. A cup of warm ginger water on a cold and shivering night is a remedy older than all the dynasties, simple and kind, and it has comforted more chilled and weary travelers across the long centuries than any physician could ever count. We will turn now to the 18th. The 18th plant is licorice root, which the Chinese physicians called gan cow, the sweet herb, and held in such regular use that it has been called the great peacemaker of the cupboard. It is a modest leguminous plant of the dry northern lands, with pinnate leaves of small oval leaflets and spikes of pale violet flowers, bearing pods like small peas. Beneath the soil it carries long, fibrous, yellow roots that hold a sweetness many times stronger than sugar, deep and lingering, with a faint earthy bitterness beneath. And it was this sweet root, more than almost any other, that appeared in the old prescriptions, joined to a great many other herbs to harmonize and gentle them. In the old apothecary, the dried roots were cut into thin slices and kept always close at hand, for scarcely a remedy was made up without a little of the sweet root added in. On its own, a decoction of licorice was given to soothe a raw and aching throat, to quiet a dry tickling cough, and to ease the griping of the belly. But its great work, the physicians held, was to bring the other herbs of a prescription into harmony, to soften the harsh ones, to draw the strong ones together, and to lead them gently to their work, much as a wise and gentle elder might bring a quarrelsome household into peace. For this reason it was called the Great Harmonizer, and few of the old formulas were thought complete without it. There is something fitting in a remedy whose chief gift was not its own strength, but its quiet way of making others work well together. Sweet, mild, and almost always present, licorice was the steady peacemaker of the Chinese cupboard, the soft voice that calmed the rest. We will turn now to the 19th. The 19th plant is the mulberry, whose leaf and bark were both kept in the old cupboard. It is the well-known tree of the silk country, a spreading tree of glossy heart-shaped leaves, beloved above all because its leaves were the only food of the silkworm, on whose patient spinning the great trade of the East was built. But the mulberry was a physician's tree as well as a weaver's, and several of its parts found their quiet place upon the apothecary's shelf, each for its own gentle purpose. In the old apothecary, the leaves were gathered, the best of them after the first frost, and dried for use. A decoction of the dried leaves was given for the dry cough of the autumn, for the eyes grown sore and red and dry, and for the feverish head of the changing season, for the physicians held the leaf to be cooling and clearing, a herb that soothed the dryness of the lungs and quieted the heat that rose to the head and eyes. The white inner bark of the root was used differently in decoctions for the labored, wheezing breath, and for the swellings of a waterlogged body, drawing the excess down and easing the chest. The ripe black fruit, sweet and dark, was eaten and steeped as a gentle tonic for the blood, and for a body grown dry and thin. There is a quiet completeness to this tree, that fed the worms that made the silk, gave its leaves and bark and fruit to the sick, and stood, season upon season, at the heart of one of the great patient industries of the old world. The mulberry was a tree that gave in every part, and the old physicians honored it for that. We will turn now to the 20th. The 20th plant is Chinese angelica, the root the physicians called dang gai, and held to be, among all their herbs, the great helper and restorer of the blood. It is a stout aromatic plant of the cool, damp mountains of the west, with divided bright green leaves and broad umbels of small white flowers in the manner of its many cousins, but it is the thick, fleshy, branching root that was prized, lifted in the autumn, washed, and dried slowly until it grew firm and dark and gave off a warm, sweet, slightly celery-like fragrance. Of all the herbs in the cupboard, given to the depleted and the pale, this was perhaps the most beloved, and above all it was the great herb of women, given through every season of their lives. In the old apothecary, the The dried root was sliced and kept with care. A decoction of it, often joined with other warming roots and with a few sweet red dates, was given to those whose blood had grown thin and weak, to the pale and the easily wearied, to women worn down by their monthly courses or by childbearing, and to the convalescent slowly building back their strength. The physicians held that the root nourished and warmed and set the blood moving smoothly, easing the cramping pains that come of stagnation and filling out a body grown thin and chilled. It was simmered, too, in rich broths and soups, with chicken or with mutton, as a slow, nourishing food, medicine taken through the cold months. There is a deep, homely warmth in the old accounts of Dang Gai, a sense of it as a kind, restoring motherly root, simmered slowly in a winter broth, given to the worn and the pale to bring the warmth and color back into them. It is a herb of patient nourishing, and a good one to dwell on as the night settles and the body slows. We will turn now to the 21st. The 21st plant is astragalus, the root the Chinese called Hong Qi, the yellow leader. It is a low, spreading leguminous plant of the dry northern grasslands, with soft pinnate leaves of many small leaflets and modest pale yellow flowers, and beneath the soil a long, straight, fibrous, pale yellow root, sweet and mild. That was one of the great strengthening tonics of the whole tradition. Where ginseng was reached for in the gravest weariness, the gentler Huang Qiu was given more freely, over longer seasons, to build up and steady a body grown weak, and to fortify it against the ailments that prey upon the tired. In the old apothecary, the long roots were sliced into thin pale rounds and kept dry. A decoction of the root, often sweetened a little or joined with dates and other tonic herbs, was given to those who tired too easily, who sweated without effort, who caught every passing chill, and whose wounds were slow to close. The physicians held that the root raised and strengthened the body's protective force, the unseen guard that, when strong, kept the body whole, and, when weak, let every ailment in. It was simmered into nourishing soups through the cold months, a quiet daily fortifying taken by the worn and the elderly. There is a steady, dependable quality to this root, a sense of slow, patient building up rather than sudden rescue. Hong Qi was the herb of quiet daily strength, simmered into the family broth, taken through long seasons, asking only patience and giving, in return, a body a little steadier against the cold and the long fatigue of the world. We will turn now to the 22nd. The 22nd plant is the peony, whose root the physicians called Bai Shao, the white peony, and prized as a great gentler of cramps and a soother of the blood. It is a beautiful plant of the cool gardens and hillsides, famous above all for its great, full, sweet, scented flowers of white or pink, or deep red that open in the late spring. But it was not the flower the apothecary sought, but the pale, firm root beneath the soil, which was lifted in autumn, boiled, peeled, and dried until it grew hard and pale. This white peony root, sour and a little bitter, was one of the cupbird's chief remedies for the gripping, twisting pains of the cramped belly and the tightened muscle. In the old apothecary, the dried root was sliced and kept dry, and a decoction of it was given for the cramping pains of the belly and the sides, for the drawn up aching of an overworked limb, and for the irritable, easily angered temper that the physicians linked to a blood grown tight and stagnant within. Joined with the sweet licorice root, it made a famous and much loved pair. given together to relax the cramped and knotted muscle and to ease the gripping of the gut. A remedy so gentle and so reliable that it was reached for in countless households across the long centuries. There is a quiet kindness in a root that grows beneath one of the loveliest flowers in all the gardens of the East, and whose whole gift is the easing of tension, the loosening of what has drawn too tight, the gentle quieting of a cramped and irritable body. It is a herb of relaxing, of letting go, and a good one to keep in mind as the muscles of your own body grow heavy and soft toward sleep. We will turn now to the 23rd. The 23rd plant is Atractylodes, the root the physicians called Bai Zhu, and trusted above almost any other to strengthen a weak and waterlogged digestion. It is a modest plant of the cool, damp mountains, with toothed leaves and a small thistle, like flower head, and beneath the soil a knotty, aromatic, pale brown rhizome, bitter and a little sweet. That was one of the central tonics of the Chinese cupboard for the heavy, sluggish, damp, laden body. The physicians held that some bodies grew waterlogged and slow within, the digestion grown weak and unable to move the dampness on, and for that heavy, swollen, tired condition the root of Bai Zhu was the great and steady remedy. In the old apothecary, the dried rhizomes were sliced and often lightly fried in a little earth, colored bran to warm and gentle them, then kept for use. A decoction of the root, joined with other strengthening herbs, was given to those whose digestion had grown weak and watery, who felt heavy and bloated and tired, whose limbs swelled, and whose appetite had faded into a dull fullness. The physicians held that it dried and warmed, and strengthened the center of the body, the seat of digestion, drying up the standing dampness and setting the slow machinery turning again. It was a herb given over long, patient seasons to build the weak digestion slowly back to strength. There is a homely steadiness to this root, a sense of it as the patient dryer out of a body grown damp and heavy, the quiet strengthener of the weary gut. It worked slowly, as the best of the tonic herbs did, asking only time and giving, in return, a body a little lighter and a little stronger with each passing season. We will turn now to the 24th, the last of our remedies from the early courts of the Yellow River. The 24th plant is Schizandra, the small red berry the Chinese called Wu Wei Zi, the 5-flavor fruit, for it was said to hold within a single berry all 5 of the great tastes at once. It is a woody, climbing vine of the cool northern forests, twining up the trunks of the trees with glossy oval leaves and small, fragrant cream-colored flowers, bearing in the autumn long drooping clusters of small, bright red berries. When one of these berries is chewed slowly, it gives, the old physicians marveled, all 5 flavors in turn, sour and sweet, and bitter and pungent and salt. And from that strange completeness came its name and much of its reputation, for a fruit that held all 5 tastes was thought to touch and benefit all the deep organs of the body at once. In the old apothecary, the small red berries were dried until they grew dark and wrinkled, and kept in their clusters. A decoction of the dried berries, or a little of them steeped in warm water, was given to those who tired and sweated too easily, who could not hold their strength, whose breath grew short, and whose sleep was thin and broken. The physicians held that the sour fruit gathered in and held fast the body's scattering strength, steadied the racing heart, quieted the restless mind, and deepened a shallow, broken sleep into something whole. It was given especially to those worn thin by long strain, whose bodies seemed to be leaking away their vigor. There is a fitting quietness in ending this chapter with the 5 flavor fruit, a small red berry whose gift was to gather in what had scattered, to hold fast what was slipping, and to settle a broken sleep into something deep and whole. The early healers of the Yellow River had learned much. Beside their slow, muddy waters, and their lore would pass on, gathering and deepening, into the great ages that were still to come. But before the golden dispensaries of the later dynasties opened their doors, there was a long age of gathering and ordering, of the law being set down at last in careful books, and it is to those settling centuries, and to a few more of their quiet roots and flowers, that we drift now, as the night deepens around you. We have come now to the long settling age of imperial China, the centuries in which the scattered lore of the old healers was gathered at last into careful books, ordered, copied, and handed on. In these years the great early herbals were written down, the slow patient lists of which root did what, and how it should be prepared, and with which other herbs it should be joined. The cupboard of the physician grew deep and well ordered, and many of the gentlest and most useful of all the Chinese herbs took their lasting places upon its shelves. Let us look now at a few more of these quiet remedies, as the lamps of the old dispensaries burn low, and the copyists set down their careful columns of characters by candlelight. The 25th plant is magnolia bark, the bark the physicians called hopo. It comes from a tall and stately tree of the cool mountain forests, with great broad leaves and large, fragrant, cup-shaped flowers of cream or pale rose that open in the spring. But it was the thick, fragrant, purple, brown bark of the trunk and the great branches that the apothecary sought. Stripped, dry, and rolled into curling lengths, this bark carried a warm, bitter, slightly spicy aroma, and it was one of the cupboard's chief remedies for the heavy, stuck, distended feeling of a belly grown full and stagnant within. In the old apothecary, the rolled bark was kept dry and shaved or cut as needed. A decoction of it was given for the bloated and oppressed belly, for the fullness and heaviness that sit upon the chest and the stomach after a long surfeit, and for the labored, wheezing breath of a chest grown congested and tight. The physicians held that the bark moved and dispersed what had grown stuck, breaking up the heavy fullness, lowering what had risen, and freeing a body that felt clogged and oppressed from within. It was a great mover of stagnation, joined in the old formulas with other herbs that warmed and dried and settled. There is a fitting quietness in a remedy whose gift was to ease the feeling of being weighed down and oppressed, to lift the heavy fullness from the chest, and let the breath move freely once more. As your own breathing slows and deepens now, easy and unforced, you may feel something of the relief the old physicians meant when they reached for this fragrant bark. We will turn now to the 26th. The 26th plant is the honeysuckle flower, which the physicians called Jin Yin Hua, the gold and silver flower. It is a twining woody vine of the hedgerows and woodland edges, with paired oval leaves and sweetly scented tubular flowers that open white and slowly turn to gold as they age, so that on a single vine in the height of summer one sees both colors at once, the silver, white of the new flowers and the gold of the old, and from that came its lovely name. The flowers were gathered just as they opened, in the warm early summer, and dried with great care in the shade to keep their color and their fragrance, and they were one of the cupboard's chief cooling and cleansing remedies. In the old apothecary, the dried flowers were kept in clean jars and steeped or simmered as needed. A light decoction of the flowers, or a simple infusion of them in hot water, was given for the feverish heat of the changing season, for the sore and burning throat, for the hot and inflamed skin troubled by small angry sores, and for the heat of the summer that rises and troubles the body within. The physicians held the flower to be cooling and cleansing, a herb that drew off the burning heat and quieted the angry inflammation, gentle enough to give freely and to children. A cool honeysuckle tea was a common summer drink against the great heat. There is a soft loveliness in this flower, in the gold and silver blooms scenting the warm dusk of a summer hedge, and a gentleness in its medicine, cooling and kind. Of all the cooling herbs of the cupboard, it was among the most beloved, reached for whenever the body burned too hot and needed quietly to be cooled. We will turn now to the 27th. The 27th plant is the chrysanthemum flower, which the physicians called juhua. It is the well-loved flower of the autumn gardens, sending up many slender stems crowned with the full, many petaled blooms of white or gold that open as the year turns cool. When most other flowers have faded, and for that brave late blooming it was honored across the whole of the East as a flower of long life and steadfastness. But beyond its beauty, the small white and yellow flowers of certain kinds were carefully gathered, dried, and kept as one of the gentlest of all the cooling and clearing remedies of the cupboard. In the old apothecary, the dried flower heads were kept in clean jars, and a few of them, steeped in hot water, made a pale, fragrant, faintly bitter tea, very pleasant to drink. This chrysanthemum tea was given for the dull, aching head, and the hot, tired, reddened eyes of one who had labored too long, for the dizziness and the heat that rise to the head, and for the feverish beginnings of a cold court in a warm season. The physicians held the flower to be cooling and clearing to the head and the eyes above all, a herb that soothed the heat that rose upward and rested the strained and weary sight. The dried flowers were tucked, too, into small pillows, that their faint cool fragrance might soothe a hot and aching head towards sleep. There is a quiet comfort in this flower, in the thought of a cup of pale chrysanthemum tea, steaming on a cool autumn evening, easing a tired head and resting weary eyes. If your own eyes are growing heavy now, let them close and let the small cool fragrance of the autumn flower settle over them. We will turn now to the 28th. The 28th plant is Buplurum, the root the physicians called chai hu. It is a slender, wary plant of the dry hills and grasslands, with narrow grass, like leaves and small flat umbels of tiny yellow flowers, modest and easily overlooked, but it's thin, tough. Aromatic root was one of the most important and most subtle of all the remedies in the Chinese cupboard, reached for above all when an ailment seemed to hang suspended in the body, neither fully on the surface nor wholly within, neither hot nor cold but caught between. In the old apothecary, the dried roots were sliced thin and kept dry, and they appeared in some of the most famous of all the old formulas. A decoction of the root was given for the alternating fevers and chills that come and go through the day, for the bitter taste and the oppressed feeling in the sides, and for the stuck, frustrated, easily irritable mood that the physicians linked to a body whose inner movement had grown blocked and pent up. The physicians held that this root freed and moved what had grown stuck in the body's flanks and middle, lifting what had sunk and harmonizing the in and the out when an ailment hung between them. It was a great freer of stagnation, especially of the kind tied to a knotted and frustrated spirit. There is something fitting in a remedy whose gift was to free what had grown pent up and stuck, to ease the frustrated and knotted feeling, and let the body's movement flow freely once more. Among all the subtle herbs of the cupboard, Chai Hu was one the physicians prized most highly, a delicate and powerful freer of the suspended and the stuck. We will turn now to the 29th. The 29th cure is poria, a pale fungus the physicians called fuling. Grown deep in the soil among the roots of the pine, it is not a plant of leaf and flower at all, but a great pale fungus that forms underground, often clasped about the roots of old pine trees in the mountain forests, growing slowly into a heavy, hard, pale lump, brown without and white within, sometimes as large as a man's two fists. The diggers who knew the signs would search the pine woods for it, probing the soil near the roots of the old trees, and lifting the heavy pale masses from the ground to be sliced and dried. Of all the cupboard's quiet, steady, gentle remedies, fuling was among the most widely used, appearing in countless formulas across the long centuries. In the old apothecary, the dried fungus was cut into pale cubes or slices and kept dry. A decoction of it, mild and almost tasteless, was given to the body grown waterlogged and heavy, to those whose limbs swelled, and whose digestion had turned weak and damp, to ease the slow-standing dampness from a sluggish frame. But beyond this, the white fungus was held to have a quieting power upon the mind, and it was given to the restless, the anxious, and the sleepless, to settle a troubled spirit, and to draw a broken sleep back into wholeness. Gentle and mild, it could be given freely and long, and it was simmered, too, into nourishing soups and slow tonics. There is a deep quietness about this pale fungus, grown slowly in the dark soil among the roots of the old pines, asking nothing, drawing off the body's heavy dampness and settling the restless mind toward rest. It is a herb of quiet draining and quiet calming, and a fitting one to dwell on as your own body settles, heavy and still, towards sleep. We will turn now to the 30th. The 30th plant is Panelia, the small tuber the physicians called bandshare. It is a low, modest plant of the damp fields and shaded ground, with a few divided leaves, and a small green hooded flower in the manner of its kindred. But it was the small round underground tuber that the apothecary sought, a remedy of real strength that had to be carefully prepared before it could safely be used, for the raw tuber was harsh and acrid, and would burn the throat of one who took it untreated. In the old apothecary, the small tubers were dug, and then went through a long and careful preparing, soaked through many changes of water, and treated with ginger and with a little lime or alum, until the harshness was drawn out of them and a milder, safer medicine remained. This prepared banza was then dried and kept, and a decoction of it was given above all for the cough laden with thick phlegm, for the chest grown clogged and congested with damp, and for the queasy, churning stomach that turned and would not settle. The physicians held that it dried the standing dampness, dissolved the thick congealed phlegm, and turned downward what had risen up to choke the throat and the chest. settling the heaving stomach in the same motion. There is a lesson in this small tuber, in the long and patient labor of its preparing, that the old physicians understood deeply, that a strong and even harsh medicine, rightly handled and carefully gentled, becomes one of the kindest and most useful things in the cupboard. It was a herb of patient transformation, harsh in its raw state, faithful and gentle once the careful work was done. We will turn now to the 31st. The 31st plant is coptis, the bitter golden root the physicians called Huang Lion. It is a small, low plant of the cold, shaded, high mountain forests, with glossy divided leaves and small greenish, white flowers growing slowly in the cool, damp shade, and beneath the soil a small, knotty, branching root of an astonishing deep golden yellow, and of a bitterness so profound, and so lasting that it became the very measure of bitterness in the old language. It was one of the cupboard's coldest and most powerful remedies for the burning, raging heats of the body, used carefully and never for long. In the old apothecary, the small golden roots were kept dry and used by the careful measure, for their bitterness and their cold were strong. A decoction of the root was given for the fierce inner heats, for the high fevers with a parched and restless mind, for the hot and churning belly with its burning and its purging, and for the angry red sores and inflamed eyes of a body raging with heat within. The physicians held that this root drained the strongest and most stubborn of the body's fires, the deep raging heats that gentler herbs could not touch, and that it dried the damp heat that gathered in the gut. It was a cold and powerful herb, reached for in the fiercest heats and then withdrawn, never given long to a body grown weak. There is a fitting completeness in a root so deeply golden and so deeply bitter, a remedy that stood at the far cold end of the whole cupboard, the great queller of raging fires. The physicians handled it with the respect due to a strong and cold and powerful thing, and they knew that its bitter cold, rightly given, could quiet a fire that nothing milder could touch. We will turn now to the 32nd. The 32nd plant is forsythia, the fruit the physicians called lian kiao. It is a graceful woody shrub of the hillsides and gardens, famous above all for the rush of bright golden bell-shaped flowers that cover its bare arching branches in the earliest spring, before ever a leaf appears, lighting the cold gardens with gold, while the rest of the world is still grey. But it was not the flower the apothecary sought, but the small, hard, pointed seed capsules that formed after it, gathered in the autumn and dried, sometimes green and unripe, sometimes brown and split open like a tiny beak. And these dried fruits were one of the cupboard's chief cooling and cleansing remedies for heat and angry inflammation. In the old apothecary, the dried fruits were kept in clean jars and simmered into decoctions as needed. A decoction of forsythia, often joined with the honeysuckle flower we met earlier, was given for the feverish beginnings of a cold, for the hot and burning throat, and for the angry inflamed sores and swellings that gather upon the skin and the neck. The physicians held the fruit to be cooling and cleansing, a herb that drew off the burning heat and dispersed the gathered swellings, and they reached for it especially against the small fierce inflammations that rise upon the surface of the body. Joined with honeysuckle, it made one of the cupboard's most famous and most trusted cooling pairs. There is a gentle irony in a shrub that blazes with golden fire in the early spring and yet gives a medicine of cooling and quieting. But the old physicians saw no contradiction in it, only the patient completeness of the natural world, which holds, so often, the answer beside the trouble. It is a herb of cooling and clearing, kind and reliable, reached for whenever the body burned and swelled. We will turn now to the 33rd. The 33rd plant is Platycodon, the root the physicians call Jejang, often known as the balloon flower for its lovely buds. It is a graceful plant of the grassy hillsides, with toothed bluish, green leaves and beautiful pointed flowers of deep blue or white that, before they open, swell into round inflated buds very like small paper balloons, so that children across the East have always loved to pinch them softly until they pop. But it was the thick, white, fleshy root beneath the soil that the apothecary sought, lifted and peeled and dried, a root that was one of the cupboard's chief remedies for the chest and the throat. In the old apothecary, the dried roots were sliced and kept, and a decoction of the root was given above all for the troubles of the chest and the voice, for the cough that brought up thick phlegm, for the sore and swollen throat, for the lost or hoarse and failing voice, and for the chest grown tight and oppressed. The physicians held that this root opened and lifted, that it carried the action of the other herbs upward to the chest and throat where it was needed, that it dispersed the thick phlegm and let it be brought up and cleared, and that it opened the closed passages of the voice. For this lifting, opening quality it was much loved, and was added to many formulas to guide them upward to the chest. There is a pleasing wholeness to this plant, whose lovely blue balloon flowers delight the children of the hillsides, and whose pale root quietly opens the laboring chest and frees the failing voice. It is a herb of opening and lifting, reached for whenever the chest grew tight and the breath and the voice came hard. We will turn now to the 34th. The 34th plant is gardenia, the fruit the physicians call juzi. It comes from a glossy, leaved evergreen shrub of the warm south, famous for its large, waxy, intensely fragrant white flowers, whose sweet, heavy scent fills the warm gardens of summer and has been beloved across the whole of the East for as long as anyone can remember. But it was not the flower the apothecary kept, but the small, oval, orange, red fruits that ripened after it, gathered and dried until they grew hard and dark, and these dried fruits were one of the cupboard's chief remedies for the restless, irritable heats that trouble the chest and the spirit. In the old apothecary, the dried fruits were kept in clean jars and crushed and simmered into decoctions as needed. A decoction of the fruit was given for the restless, vexed, sleepless heat that settles upon the chest and will not let a troubled person rest, for the burning irritability of a feverish mind, for the hot reddened eyes, and for the yellowed skin of a body whose inner damp heat had gathered and stagnated. The physicians held the fruit to be cooling and quieting, a herb that drained the fretful heat from the chest and the heart, soothing the vexed and restless spirit and drawing off the gathered damp heat that yellowed the body. It was reached for above all for the sleeplessness that comes of an overheated and irritable mind. There is a fitting gentleness in ending the thought of this fruit with the very trouble it was most loved for easing the restless, vexed, overheated mind that cannot find its rest. If anything in you is still turning fretfully tonight, let it cool now and quiet, as the old physicians would have wished. We will turn now to the 35th. The 35th plant is the red sage, the root the physicians called Dan Shen, whose deep red color gave it its name and much of its long reputation as a great mover of the blood. It is a modest plant of the hillsides and grassy banks, a kind of sage with toothed leaves and small spikes of violet flowers. But it was the root that was prized, a striking deep brick, red root. And from that vivid color, so like the color of the blood it was given to move, came the physician's deep trust in it for the troubles of a blood grown stuck and stagnant within. In the old apothecary, the red roots were dug, cut, and dried, and a decoction of them was given for the cramping pains that the physicians linked to a blood grown stagnant and unmoving, for the knotted and aching feeling beneath the breastbone, for the pains of a tightened heart and chest, and for the stubborn lumps and stagnations that gathered in a sluggish frame. The physicians held that this red root quickened and freed the stuck and stagnant blood, breaking up what had congealed, easing the cramping that comes of stagnation, and quieting a restless, irritable heart in the same motion, for they believed a freely moving blood made for a settled and peaceful spirit. There is an old and pleasing logic in the color of this root. The deep red of the very blood it was given to free and move, and the physicians trusted that likeness deeply. It is a herb of quiet quickening, of freeing what has grown stuck, of letting the deep inner currents of the body flow smoothly once again. We will turn now to the 36th and to the last and most revered of our remedies from these long settling centuries. The 36th cure is the reishi, the woody mushroom the physicians called lingzhi, the plant of immortality, the most honored of all the fungi of the East. It is not a plant of leaf and flower, but a hard, woody, glossy bracket fungus that grows upon the old fallen logs and the stumps of the mountain forests, fan-shaped or kidney-shaped, with a beautiful varnished surface of deep red and brown that shines as if it had been carefully lacquered by hand. It was rare in the wild and hard to find, and so it gathered about itself a great aura of reverence, appearing again and again in the old paintings and carvings as a symbol of long life and good fortune, held in the hands of the immortals and the sages. In the old apothecary, the woody fungus, far too hard to eat, was sliced thin and simmered very long and slow in water to draw out its strength, and the resulting bitter decoction was taken in small careful cups. It was given, above all, to calm and steady the spirit, to settle a racing and anxious heart, to deepen a thin and broken sleep, and to fortify slowly a body and a mind worn down by long strain. The physicians held that taken patiently over long seasons, it strengthened the deep root of a person's vitality, calmed the restless spirit, and brought a settled peace to a troubled mind. And they counted it among the very finest of all the cupboard's quiet, restoring tonics. There is a deep and fitting peace in ending this chapter with the plant of immortality, the glossy red mushroom of the old fallen logs, whose chief and most beloved gift was simply to quiet the spirit and deepen the sleep of the weary. The lore of the cupboard was deep now and well ordered, gathered into careful books and handed faithfully on, and the great age of imperial splendor was about to dawn, the golden centuries of the broad cities and the busy trade routes, when the apothecaries of the great capitals would gather herbs from across half the world. Let your breath grow slow and even now, and let us drift forward, into the golden age of the dispensaries, where the next of our remedies waits. We have come now into the golden age, the great age of the broad imperial capital, when the cities of China swelled to a size the world had never seen, and the long roads and the sea lanes carried merchants and pilgrims and bales of dried herbs from half the lands of the earth into the markets of the East. In this age, the dispensary of the great apothecary grew rich and full beyond anything the old healers could have dreamed, with drawers of spices from the warm southern islands, roots from the cold northern forests, and rare flowers traded across the deserts from lands whose names were strange and far. Let us walk now among these golden shelves and look at a few of the remedies they held as the lamps of the great city burn far into the night. The 37th plant is star anise, the lovely 8-pointed fruit of the warm southern forests. It comes from a small evergreen tree of the moist hills of the south, with glossy leaves and small pale flowers, and its fruit is one of the most beautiful in all the cupboard, a hard, woody, rust-brown star of 8 points, each point split open to show a single shining seed, and the whole star carrying a deep, sweet, warm licorice-like fragrance that fills a room when the jar is opened. It was a spice and a medicine both, prized in the kitchen and on the apothecary's shelf alike. In the old apothecary, the dried stars were kept whole and broken as needed, and a decoction of them, or a few of the points steeped in warm water, was given for the cold and griping belly, for the wind and the cramping that trouble the stomach after a chilling meal, and for the queasy, unsettled gut that turned and would not rest. The physicians held the fruit to be warming and settling to the cold belly, a herb that drove out the chill, eased the gripping wind, and calmed the heaving stomach, gentle enough to give to children with a colicky belly and to the old whose digestion had grown cold and slow. There is a quiet beauty in this fruit, in the perfect 8-pointed star with its warm sweet scent, and a homely kindness in its medicine, the warming and settling of a cold and griping belly. It is a herb of gentle warmth, and the lovely shape of it has delighted the eye of every apothecary who ever lifted one from the jar. We will turn now to the 38th. The 38th plant is the lotus, the great sacred flower of the still waters, whose every part the physicians kept and used. It is the noble water plant of the warm ponds and slow rivers, sending up great round leaves that float upon the water or rise above it on tall stalks, and the famous flowers, broad and many-petaled, of pink or white, that open above the muddy water in a beauty so pure that the whole of the East has honored it for thousands of years as the very image of purity rising untouched from the mire. But beyond its sacred beauty, almost every part of the lotus was a medicine. The seed, the root, the leaf, the stamen, each with its own gentle gift. In the old apothecary, the dried seeds were perhaps the most prized. They were given in decoctions and in nourishing porridges, to quiet a restless heart, to settle a troubled and sleepless spirit, and to strengthen a weak and watery digestion, and they were held to calm the mind and deepen the sleep above all. The green heart of the seed, bitter where the rest was sweet, was steeped alone for the feverish, sleepless, overheated mind. The fat root, sliced and cooked, was a cooling, nourishing food, medicine for a body grown hot and dry. The leaf was used for the heat of summer, and the golden stamens to gather in and hold a body's scattering strength. There is a deep and fitting peace in the lotus, the pure flower rising from the dark water, whose seeds were given above all to quiet the restless heart and bring on a deep and peaceful sleep. As you lie still now, you might imagine that broad, calm pond at dusk, the great flowers closing softly for the night upon the still, dark water, and let your own heart grow as quiet as that water. We will turn now to the 39th. The 39th plant is the goji berry, the small red fruit the physicians called goqz. It is a straggling, thorny, woody shrub of the dry northern lands, with slender arching branches, small narrow leaves, and little violet flowers, bearing in the autumn a great abundance of small, bright, glossy red berries, sweet and a little tart, that dried into the soft, chewy, deep red fruits known and loved across the whole of the East and far beyond it. Of all the gentle, nourishing tonics of the cupboard, this was among the kindest and the most freely given, a herb of long, slow building up rather than swift cure. In the old apothecary, the dried red berries were kept in clean jars and used in great abundance. A handful of them, steeped in hot water, made a sweet red tea given to those whose strength and substance had grown thin, to the pale and the wearied, and above all to those whose eyes had grown weak and dim and tired, for the physicians held the small red fruit to be a special nourisher of the sight. The berries were simmered, too, into nourishing soups and porridges, and slow tonic wines, taken through the seasons by the elderly, and the convalescent to build the body gently back to fullness. And they were thought to nourish the deep roots of vitality and to keep the body young. There is a homely sweetness in this small red fruit, simmered into a winter broth or steeped into a warm red tea, given freely to the worn and the pale and the dim of sight. It is a herb of patient nourishing, kind and gentle and much loved, a small bright berry trusted across the centuries to keep the body whole and the eyes clear into great old age. We will turn now to the 40th. The 40th plant is the Chinese yam, the root the physicians called shan yao, the mountain medicine. It is a slender, twining vine of the hill forests, climbing over the bushes on its winding stems, with heart-shaped leaves and small greenish flowers, and beneath the soil a long, straight, white, fleshy root, smooth and starchy and mild, that was both a quiet food and a gentle medicine, given freely to the weak and the convalescent across the whole of the East. It was one of the kindest and most nourishing of all the cupboard strengthening roots, mild enough to be given to anyone, even to small children and the very frail. In the old apothecary, the white roots were peeled, sliced and dried, and a decoction of them was given to strengthen a weak and watery digestion, to fill out a body grown thin and depleted, to quiet a chronic cough born of weakness, and to steady the body's deep reserves. The physicians held the root to be a gentle, building, nourishing medicine that strengthened the center of the body, where the food is turned to strength, and that supplemented the deep root of vitality without ever forcing or overheating, so mild and so kind that it could be given long and freely. The fresh root was also simply cooked and eaten as a nourishing food for the convalescent and the frail. There is a quiet kindness in this mild white root, dug from the hill forests, given freely to strengthen the weak and to fill out the thin, asking nothing, forcing nothing, building the body slowly and gently back toward its full strength. It is a herb of mild nourishing, the food and the medicine of the convalescent, trusted across the long centuries for its gentle and patient kindness. We will turn now to the 41st. The 41st plant is saffron, the precious red threads that came traded into China from the lands far to the west. These are the slender crimson stigmas taken from the heart of a small autumn, flowering crocus, 3 to each purple flower, gathered by hand, 1 bloom at a time, in such labor that it has always been among the costliest of all things by weight. The plant itself was grown chiefly in the warm western lands, in Persia and the high plateaus, and the precious threads were carried east, along the long desert roads, into the markets of the great Chinese capital, where they were kept in the apothecary's most careful jar and parted with by the single thread. In the old apothecary, a very few of the crimson threads were steeped in warm water until the liquid took on a deep golden color, and this warm golden cup was given, in the Chinese way, above all to move a stuck and stagnant blood and to lift a heavy and grieving heart. For the physicians held the precious threads to be a great mover of the deep stagnant blood and a quiet lifter of the darkened spirit. It was given to those weighed down by a long, heavy sadness, to those whose blood seemed stuck and whose mood had grown dark, and the warmth and the gentle moving of it were thought to free both the body and the heavy heart at once. There is a fitting preciousness in this remedy. The crimson threads carried half across the world, along the dusty desert roads, kept in the most careful jar, parted with 1 thread at a time, and given to lift the heaviest of all burdens, a darkened and grieving heart. It is a herb of quiet lifting, rare and precious and kind. We will turn now to the 42nd. The 42nd plant is patchouli, the fragrant herb the physicians called hu zhang. It is a soft, bushy herb of the warm south with broad, soft, slightly furred leaves held in pairs and small pale flowers, and the whole plant, when dried, carries a deep, warm, earthy, aromatic fragrance, rich and lingering, that has made it beloved across the whole of the East, both as a medicine and as a scent for the storing of cloth and paper against the damp. In the cupboard was one of the chief remedies for the troubles that the great damp heat of the southern summer brings upon the belly. In the old apothecary, the dried aromatic herb was kept in clean jars and steeped or simmered as needed. A decoction of it, or a simple infusion in warm water, was given above all for the queasy, churning, oppressed belly of the damp summer season, for the nausea and the loss of appetite, and the heavy fullness that come when the great wet heat sits upon the body, and for the upset stomach of one who had eaten ill in the warm months. The physicians held the fragrant herb to be a great rouser of a damp and sluggish digestion, a remedy that woke the queasy stomach, settled the churning, drove off the heavy dampness, and restored a lost appetite, especially in the trying heat and wet of the summer. There is a warm, comforting richness in the scent of this herb, and a homely kindness in its medicine, the settling of a queasy, damp, burdened belly in the worst of the summer heat. It is a herb of rousing and settling, deeply fragrant and much loved, the apothecary's friend in the long wet days of the southern summer. We will turn now to the 43rd. The 43rd plant is the clove, the small, dark nail-shaped bud the physicians call ding xiang, the nail spice. It is the dried, unopened flower, bud of a tall evergreen tree of the warm southern islands, a tree that for long ages grew only in a few small far places of the eastern seas, from which the precious buds were carried across the whole world. Each bud, dried hard and dark brown, is shaped very like a small nail, with a round head and a slender shaft, and it holds within it one of the warmest, strongest, sweetest aromatic oils of all the spices, a fragrance so penetrating that a single bud will scent a whole jar. It was prized in the kitchen and the apothecary alike, and traded at great cost over enormous distances. In the old apothecary, the dark buds were kept in a careful jar and used by the few. A decoction of them, or a little of the ground spice in warm water, was given for the cold and griping belly, for the hiccous and the rising, churning queasiness of a chilled stomach, and for the cold and weakened digestion of the old. The physicians held the spice to be deeply warming to a cold belly, a herb that drove out the chill, settled the heving and the hiccoughing, and woke a digestion grown cold and slow. A single bud, too, was held softly between the teeth against the aching tooth, for the warm oil numbed the pain. There is a deep, warm sweetness in this small dark bud, carried at such cost across the wide seas, and a homely kindness in its medicine, the warming and settling of a cold and griping belly. It is a herb of penetrating warmth, the small nail, shaped spice that scented the apothecary's jar and warmed the chilled bellies of the old. We will turn now to the 44th. The 44th plant is the tangerine peel, which the physicians called chen pai, the aged peel, and which, almost alone among the herbs of the cupboard, was prized the more the older it grew. It is the dried outer skin of the small sweet tangerine, the fragrant citrus of the warm south, peeled away from the fruit, dried, and then, in the best practice, stored and aged for many years, until the bright sharp scent of the fresh peel mellowed and deepened into something warm and rich and rounded. And the older the peel grew, the more it was prized, so that a well-aged peel of many years keeping was a treasured thing upon the apothecary's shelf. It was one of the most widely used of all the cupboard's herbs, added to countless formulas to ease and move the digestion. In the old apothecary, the aged peel was kept dry in clean jars, and a decoction of it was given for the heavy, bloated, oppressed feeling of a sluggish belly, for the fullness and the loss of appetite that follow when the digestion has grown stuck and slow, for the nausea and the churning of an unsettled stomach, and for the cough laden with thick phlegm. The physicians held the aged peel to move and free what had grown stuck in the belly, to lift the heavy fullness, to wake a sluggish appetite, and to dry the standing dampness and the thick phlegm. Mild and warming and gently moving, it was added to a great many formulas to keep the digestion easy and the herbs from sitting heavy. There is a pleasing wisdom in a remedy that grows kinder and more valued with age. The humble fruit peel kept and aged for years until it deepens into a treasured medicine. It is a herb of gentle moving, the patient old friend of a heavy and sluggish belly, and the only one in all the cupboard that the years made better rather than worse. We will turn now to the 45th. The 45th plant is safflower, the orange-red flower the physicians called honghua. It is a sturdy, thistle-like annual of the dry, sunny fields, with spiny, edged leaves and round flower heads that open into a brush of bright orange, red florets in the height of summer, and these florets, gathered by hand and dried, were prized both as a dye, giving a fine red and gold to cloth, and as one of the cupboard's chief movers of a stuck and stagnant blood. It was a herb of real strength, handled with care, and especially trusted for the troubles of women whose courses had grown blocked and painful. In the old apothecary, the dried red florets were kept in clean jars and used by the careful measure. A decoction of them was given to move a blood grown stuck and stagnant within, to ease the cramping pains that come of such stagnation, to free a woman's blocked and painful courses, and to disperse the bruised and congealed blood beneath an old injury. The physicians held the flower to be a strong and reliable mover, and freer of the stagnant blood, breaking up what had congealed and easing the cramping pains that came with it. And they handled it carefully, for a strong dose moved the blood powerfully, and a gentle one only a little. There is a vivid beauty in this flower, the brush of bright orange, red florets that gave both the red dye to the cloth and the medicine to the blood, and the old physicians valued it for its honest, reliable strength. It is a herb of strong moving, of freeing what has grown stuck and congealed, trusted across the centuries for the cramped and blocked and stagnant. We will turn now to the 46. The 46th plant is mint, the cool aromatic herb the physicians called bohea. It is the well-known creeping herb of the cool damp ground, with toothed dark green leaves and small lilac flowers, giving off, at the lightest touch, the clean, cool, sharp fragrance that the whole world knows, a scent that seems to open the head and freshen the breath of the one who draws it in. In the Chinese cupboard, it was a light and cooling herb, used above all for the heats that gather in the head and the upper body, and reached for in the early surface stages of a feverish cold. In the old apothecary, the dried leaves were kept in clean jars, and because their cool fragrance was easily lost in long cooking, they were added only at the very end of a decoction, or simply steeped briefly in hot water. The cool infusion was given for the feverish beginnings of a cold caught in a warm season, for the aching, heavy, feverish head, for the sore and swollen throat, and for the hot, reddened, tired eyes. The physicians held the herb to be light and cooling and dispersing, a remedy that drew off the heat gathered in the head and the surface of the body, cleared the heavy feverish head, soothed the sore throat, and freed the pent and frustrated feeling of a body caught in the first heat of a cold. There is a clean, reviving freshness in this herb that needs no explaining, the cool open scent of the crushed leaf on a warm day, and yet, taken gently and warm in the evening, its quiet clearing of the heavy head and its easing of the pent and frustrated feeling were thought to leave a person calmer and lighter and readier for rest. It is a herb of cool clearing, light and kind and reviving. We will turn now to the 47th. The 47th plant is the cassia seed, the small hard seed the physicians called Ju Ming Zi, the seed that brightens the eyes. It comes from a low, sprawling, leguminous plant of the warm, waste places and field edges, with pinnate leaves of small leaflets and yellow flowers, bearing long, slender pods full of small, hard, shining, angular brown seeds. And it was these small seeds, gathered and dried and often gently roasted, that the apothecary kept, above all for the troubles of the eyes and the head, from which it took its name, the seed that brightens the eyes. In the old apothecary, the small hard seeds were kept dry and often lightly roasted before use, which mellowed and sweetened them and brought out a faint coffee-like fragrance. A decoction of the roasted seeds, or a simple infusion of them in hot water, made a pale, mild, faintly nutty tea, given for the red, sore hot, and tired eyes of one who had strained the sight too long. For the dull aching head and the dizziness that rise with heat, and, in larger doses, for the dry and sluggish gut of the heated and constipated. The physicians held the seed to be cooling and clearing to the eyes, and the head above all, a gentle draw off of the heat that troubles the sight, and mild enough to take freely as a daily tea. There is a quiet usefulness in this small shining seed, roasted into a mild nutty tea, and sipped against the tired and aching eyes of a long day's labor. If your own eyes have grown tired tonight, let them rest now and close, soothed as the old physicians would have soothed them, with the seed that brightens the eyes. We will turn now to the 48th. The 48th plant is the lily bulb, which the physicians called Bai He, the 100 meetings, for the many overlapping scales that make up its bulb. It comes from the tall and graceful lily of the cool hillsides and gardens, with its slender stem and its large, fragrant, trumpet-shaped flowers of white. But it was not the flower the apothecary kept, but the bulb beneath the soil, made up of many fleshy white overlapping scales pressed close together, and from those many gathered scales came the lovely name, the 100 meetings. The bulb was lifted, the scales separated and dried, and it was one of the cupboard's gentlest remedies for a body and a spirit grown dry and restless and worn. In the old apothecary, the dried white scales were kept dry, and they were simmered into mild decoctions and nourishing porridges. The bulb was given above all for the dry, lingering cough of a body grown parched within, for the restless, anxious, low spirits that follow a long illness or a great grief, and for the broken, disturbed sleep of one whose mind would not grow quiet. The physicians held the bulb to be a gentle moistener of a body grown dry, and beyond that, a quiet calmer of a restless and grieving spirit, a remedy reached for especially for that low, anxious, sleepless unease that lingers when a person is worn thin in both body and heart. It was a herb of soft, moistening calm. There is a fitting gentleness in this remedy. The many pale scales of the lily bulb simmered into a soft, sweet porridge and given to soothe a restless, grieving, sleepless spirit back toward peace. It is a herb of quiet consolation, moistening the dry and calming the troubled, and a good one to dwell on as the night grows deep and your own spirit settles toward rest. We will turn now to the 49th. The 49th plant is the jujube, the small red date the physicians called Da Zhao, the great date. It comes from a small, thorny tree of the dry northern lands, with glossy oval leaves and small greenish flowers, bearing in the autumn small oval fruits that ripen from green to a deep glossy red, and then dry upon the branch or in the sun, into the soft, sweet, wrinkled red dates beloved across the whole of the East. They were a food and a medicine both, sweet and nourishing and mild, and they appeared in countless formulas, added, like the sweet licorice root, to harmonize the other herbs and to gentle the harsh ones. In the old apothecary, the dried red dates were kept in clean jars and used in great abundance. A few of them simmered in water alone or added to almost any nourishing decoction, gave a sweet, mild, building remedy. They were given to strengthen a weak and watery digestion, to fill out a body grown thin and pale, to nourish the blood, and to calm and settle a restless, anxious, easily startled spirit. For the physicians held the sweet date to be a gentle nourisher of body and mind alike. Above all, though, like the licorice root, they were added to the formulas of stronger, and harsher herbs to soften them, to gentle their action, and to bring the whole prescription into a kind and harmonious balance. There is a homely sweetness in these small red dates, simmered into a winter broth, nourishing the thin and calming the anxious and gentling the harsh. They were the kind, sweet peacemakers of the cupboard, much like the licorice we met before, and the family broths of the East have been the sweeter and the gentler for them across more centuries than anyone could count. We will turn now to the 50th, the very midpoint of our long journey, and the last of our remedies from the golden age of the great dispensaries. The 50th plant is the fritillaria bulb, which the physicians called Bi Mu, and prized above all others for the dry and stubborn coughs of a parched chest. It comes from a slender, delicate lily of the cool high mountains, with narrow grass, like leaves, and small nodding bell-shaped flowers of pale green or dull purple, and beneath the soil a small white bulb, made of a few close-pressed scales, no larger than a pea in the finest mountain kind. These small white bulbs, gathered with great labor from the high cold slopes, dried hard and pale, were among the most prized of all the cupboard's remedies for the troubles of the lungs and the chest. In the old apothecary, the small white bulbs were ground to a fine powder, for they were too small and too hard to use whole, and a little of the powder was stirred into warm water or into a sweet pear simmered slowly with rock sugar, a famous and much loved preparation for the dry cough. It was given above all for the dry, hacking, lingering cough of a chest grown parched and heated within, for the cough that brought up little or nothing, or only a thick and stubborn phlegm, and for the dry and irritated throat. The physicians held the bulb to be a gentle moistener and cooler of the dry and heated lung, a remedy that softened and loosened the thick stuck phlegm, soothed the parched and irritated chest, and quieted the dry and racking cough. There is a soft and fitting comfort in this remedy at the midpoint of our long night, the small white mountain bulb simmered into a sweet warm pear and given to soothe a dry and aching chest. We have come now to the halfway point of our 100 cures, through the sacred rivers of India and the courts of the Yellow River, through the long settling centuries and the golden age of the great dispensaries. The cupboard of the East is deep and rich and full, but the wheel of the centuries turns on, and across the eastern sea other peoples were building their own quiet gardens of healing, and on the far refined shelves of a later age the apothecaries would polish and perfect their art still further. Let your breath grow slow and deep now, and let us drift gently on toward the refined cabinets of a later age, where the next of our remedies waits. We have come now to a later and more refined age of the Chinese apothecary, the centuries in which the scholars and the physicians sat together and polished the old art to a fine and careful brilliance, weighing each herb and each pairing with great subtlety, debating the nature of every root, and setting down their findings in beautiful printed books that spread the cupboard's wisdom into every corner of the land. In this age the gentle nourishing tonics came especially into their own, the slow, deep, restoring herbs given over long seasons to build the body back to fullness, and the apothecaries grew expert in the careful preparing that drew the finest virtue out of each root and bulb and fungus. Let us walk now among these refined and well-ordered shelves and look at a few more of their quiet treasures. The 51st plant is the dendrobium, the orchid the physicians called Shi Hu. It is a slender, jointed orchid of the warm southern forests, growing not in the soil at all but clinging high upon the bark of the old trees and the faces of the mossy cliffs, sending up clusters of thin, cane-like, jointed stems with narrow leaves and lovely small flowers, and drawing its life from the damp air and the rain and the thin mountain mists. It was a rare and precious thing to gather, and the finest kinds, twisted while fresh into small golden spirals and dried, were among the most treasured of all the moistening tonics of the cupboard. In the old apothecary, the dried jointed stems were kept with care and simmered very long and slow to draw out their thin clear strength. The decoction was given above all to a body grown parched and dry within, to one whose mouth and throat were always dry, whose eyes were dry and tired, whose tongue was dry and red, and whose deep moistures had been burned away by long fever or long strain. The physicians held the orchid to be a fine and gentle restorer of the body's deep moistures and clear fluids, a remedy that watered a body grown dry as a parched field, soothing the dry mouth and the dry eye and the dry, irritable, overheated frame, and giving back the cool moisture that the long heat had taken. There is a quiet wonder in this orchid, drawing its life from nothing but the damp air and the mountain mist upon the bare face of a cliff, and in its medicine, the giving back of moisture to a body grown dry and parched. It is a herb of cool watering, rare and precious, the gentle restorer of the dry and the depleted. We will turn now to the 52nd. The 52nd cure is the cordyceps, the strangest of all the remedies in the whole cupboard, a thing that is neither holy plant nor holy animal. It is a small fungus of the high cold mountain meadows, but it does not grow upon a log or in the soil. It grows, instead, out of the body of a buried caterpillar. In the high grasslands, the fungus takes root within a certain small caterpillar sleeping beneath the turf, slowly fills its body, and then, in the spring, sends up a single slender dark brown stalk through the soil into the light, so that what the gatherers lift from the ground is the perfect mummified shape of the caterpillar with a small club-shaped fungus growing from its head. From this strange origin came its name in the mountains, the winter worm that becomes a summer grass, and it was among the rarest and most costly of all the cupboard's tonics. In the old apothecary, the dried cordyceps was kept in the most careful place, and a very few of them were simmered slowly into a rich broth, often with a duck or a little meat, to make a deep, nourishing tonic taken by the few who could find or afford it. It was given to the worn and the wasted, to those whose deep strength and breath had failed, to the convalescent slowly rebuilding after grave illness, and to the old whose vigor and whose breath had grown thin. The physicians held it to be a great and gentle restorer of the body's deepest reserves, strengthening at once the breath of the laboring chest and the deep root of vitality, and they counted it among the very finest and rarest of all the building tonics. There is a deep strangeness and a deep fittingness in this remedy, the small grass that grows from a sleeping creature in the high cold meadows, gathered with great labor, and given to rebuild the deepest strength of the worn and the wasted. It is a herb, if we may call it so, of the rarest and most patient nourishing, drawn from the high lonely places where the air is thin and cold. We will turn now to the 53rd. The 53rd plant is euchemia, the bark the physicians called duzhong. It comes from a tall, hardy tree, found in the wild only in the mountains of the center and the west, with simple toothed leaves and small inconspicuous flowers, and a remarkable secret hidden within its bark. For when a piece of the bark is broken slowly in two, fine white threads of a soft natural rubber stretch across the break and hold the two halves together like a web of pale silk. The physicians marveled at those binding threads and held them to be a sign of the bark's great gift, the binding and strengthening of the body's own deep frame, the back and the knees and the joints. In the old apothecary, the bark was stripped from the older trees, dried, and often lightly roasted, which broke the rubbery threads and made the bark easier to use. A decoction of it was given to those whose lower back and knees had grown weak and sore and aching, to the old whose legs would no longer bear them well, to women in expectation whose backs ached and who feared for the steadiness of the child, and to any whose deep frame had grown weak and unsteady. The physicians held the bark to be a great strengthener of the deep root of vitality and of the sinews and bones it governs, a remedy that warmed and fortified the weak and aching back and knees, and steadied a body grown frail in its frame. There is a quiet beauty in the white binding threads of this bark, the soft silk that holds the broken halves together, and the old physicians saw in them the very image of its medicine, the binding and strengthening of a body grown weak in the back and the knees. It is a herb of deep strengthening, warming and steadying the frail and the aching frame. We will turn now to the 54th. The 54th plant is Nota ginseng, the root the physicians called san kai or chin ki, and prized above all others for the stopping of bleeding and the healing of wounds. It is a low plant of the warm, shaded mountain forests of the southwest, a relative of the great ginseng, with a whorl of toothed leaves and a small cluster of greenish flowers, and beneath the soil a hard, dense, dark, nobly root. And it was this root, ground to a powder, that the soldiers and the hunters and the bone-setters of the old world trusted above almost anything to stop a wound from bleeding and to heal a grievous hurt. It was so prized for this that it was carried by those who lived in danger, kept close against the day of injury. In the old apothecary, the hard dark roots were kept whole and ground to a fine powder only as needed. The powder was sprinkled directly upon a bleeding wound, where it was held to stop the flow of blood with great speed and to begin the healing. And it was taken inwardly too, a little of the powder in warm water or wine, for the bleeding hurts within the body, for the bruised and congealed blood of a heavy fall or blow, and for the swift healing of grievous injury. The physicians marveled that the root could both stop a bleeding and yet free a stagnant, congealed blood at once, doing the two seemingly opposite things in the one motion, and they held it among the very finest of all the remedies for the wounded and the injured. There is a fitting and almost soldierly quality to this dark, hard root, carried close by those who lived in danger, ground swiftly into a powder against the day of injury, trusted to stop a flowing wound and to heal a grievous hurt. It is a herb of the wounded, faithful and strong, the bone-setters and the soldier's quiet friend across the long centuries. We will turn now to the 55th. The 55th plant is Codonopsis, the root the physicians called Dang Shen, and used as the gentle, everyday cousin of the great and costly ginseng. It is a twining herb of the cool mountain woodlands, with heart shaped leaves and small bell-shaped flowers of pale green veined with purple, and beneath the soil a long, straight, sweetish, pale yellow, brown root, and because it gave a gentle strengthening much like that of the precious ginseng, but at a far smaller cost, it became the herb the common people could reach for. The everyday tonic of the family broth, used in great abundance across the whole land, where the costly ginseng could be afforded only by the few. In the old apothecary, the long sweet roots were sliced and dried and kept in clean jars, and they were used freely and often. A decoction of the root, or a few slices simmered into a nourishing soup, was given to those who tired too easily, who were pale and short of breath and weak in the limbs, whose digestion had grown weak and watery, and who needed a gentle, steady building up rather than a swift and powerful tonic. The physicians held the root to be a mild and gentle strengthener of the body's energy and of the weak digestion that makes it a kind everyday tonic that could be given long and freely to the worn and the weak without ever forcing or overheating them. There is a homely kindness in this gentle root, the everyday tonic of the common household, simmered into the family soup, building the weak and the weary slowly back to strength at a cost that the ordinary family could bear. It is a herb of mild, patient nourishing, the kind and unassuming cousin of the great ginseng, and the broths of the East have been the stronger for it across the centuries. We will turn now to the 56th. The 56th plant is the polygonatum, the root the physicians called Huangjing, sometimes known in the West by the name of its cousin, the Solomon's seal. It is a graceful plant of the cool, shaded woodlands, with an arching stem hung along its underside with pairs of small drooping greenish, white bell-shaped flowers, very lovely in the shade, and beneath the soil a thick, knotted, fleshy, yellowish rhizome, sweet and moist. That was one of the cupboard's gentle and deeply nourishing tonics for a body grown dry and depleted in its deepest reserves. It was held to be a herb of long life, and was often taken steadily over many years by those who sought to keep their strength into great old age. In the old apothecary, the fleshy rhizomes were dug, cleaned, and then steamed and dried again and again, many times over, until they grew dark and soft and sweet. And this long, careful processing was held to deepen and gentle their nourishing power. A decoction of the processed root, or a little of it eaten, was given to those grown dry and thin and weak in their deepest reserves, to the worn and the wasted, to those with a dry cough born of deep depletion, and to the old who wished to keep their vigor. The physicians held the root to be a gentle, moistening, deeply nourishing tonic that filled out and watered a body grown dry and empty in its core, building it back slowly over long seasons of patient taking. There is a quiet beauty in this plant, the arching stem hung with its small green bells in the deep shade of the wood, and a deep gentleness in its medicine, the slow moistening and nourishing of a body grown dry and empty within. It is a herb of patient, long taken nourishing, much loved by those who sought a steady and long-lasting strength. We will turn now to the 57th. The 57th plant is Anna Morena, the root the physicians called Zhu Mu. It is a grass-like plant of the dry sunny slopes and grasslands of the north, with long narrow leaves rising from the ground in a tuft, and a tall slender spike of small dull flowers, and beneath the soil a knotty, fleshy, yellowish rhizome, bitter and cold and moist, That was one of the cupboard's chief remedies for the dry, burning heats that come not from an excess of fire, but from a deep emptiness of the body's cooling moisture, the kind of low, dry, wasting heat that troubles the worn and the depleted. In the old apothecary, the dried rhizomes were sliced and kept, and a decoction of the root was given for the high parching fevers with a great thirst and a restless mind, but above all for that low, dry, lingering heat of the afternoon and the night that troubles a body whose deep moistures have been burned away, the heat that brings a flushed face and a feverish unease and a hot, sweating, broken sleep. The physicians held the root to be both cooling and moistening at once, a remedy that drained the burning heat and yet watered the dryness beneath it, quieting the parched and restless fever of a depleted body and cooling the night sweats that broke its sleep. It was often joined with the Anamarena's frequent companion to deepen its cooling work. There is a fitting subtlety in this remedy, that cooled a fire and moistened a dryness in the one motion, reached for above all against the low, dry, wasting heat that breaks the sleep of the worn and the depleted. If your own body is warm tonight and your sleep has been thin of late, dwell a moment on this cool and moistening root, and let the imagined coolness of it settle over you. We will turn now to the 58th. The 58th plant is the Chinese skullcap, the root the physicians called Huangqin. It is a slender, branching plant of the dry sunny banks and grasslands, with narrow leaves and small spikes of lovely blue, purple flowers, and beneath the soil a yellow root, hollow in the old and solid in the young, bitter and cold. That was one of the cupboard's chief remedies for the damp, smouldering heats that gather in the upper body and the chest. It was a strong and reliable cooling herb, much used and trusted especially for the heats that settle in the lungs and trouble the breath. In the old apothecary, the yellow roots were sliced and dried and kept, and a decoction of the root was given for the cough born of heat in the chest. For the feverish heats, with their oppression and restlessness, for the hot and churning belly, with its burning and its purging, and for the high-heated unease of a body raging with damp heat within. The physicians held the root to be a strong cooler and dryer of the damp heats of the upper and middle body, a remedy that quenched the smouldering heat of the lungs and quieted the feverish chest, and they reached for it especially against the heated coughs and the damp heated fevers of the warm and humid seasons. In expectation, too, it was held to cool and steady a body grown overheated and to calm a restless womb. There is a steady reliability in this bitter yellow root, one of the cupboard's faithful cooling herbs, reached for whenever the damp heats gathered and smouldered in the chest and the upper body. It is a herb of cool quenching, strong and trusted, the apothecary's friend against the heated coughs and fevers of the humid year. We will turn now to the 59th. The 59th plant is Remania, the root the physicians called Di Huang, and used, like the tangerine peel, in two quite different forms, the raw and the long cooked, each with its own distinct nature. It is a low, soft, hairy plant of the sunny banks and field edges, with crinkled leaves in a low rosette and lovely large drooping bell-shaped flowers of dull reddish, purple, and beneath the soil a thick, fleshy, dark root, moist and heavy. That was one of the cupboard's deepest and most important of all the nourishing tonics for the blood and the body's substance. In its raw, fresh, dried state it was cold and cooling, a quencher of heat in the blood. But when the root was steamed long and slow with wine, over and over, until it grew black and soft and sweet and rich, it became a different medicine altogether, deeply warming and nourishing. In the old apothecary, the raw dried root was given for the heat that burned in the blood, for the parching fevers with bleeding, and for the hot, dry, restless body. But the prepared root, the long, cooked black root, was the more famous and the more beloved, and a decoction of it, often joined with other tonic herbs, was given to those whose blood and deep substance had grown thin and empty, to the pale and the dizzy and the wearied, to women worn down by their courses and their childbearing, and to the old whose deep reserves were failing. The physicians held the prepared root to be one of the very deepest nourishers of the blood and the body's substance, a great filler and warmer of an emptied frame. There is a quiet artistry in the long preparing of this root, the patient steaming with wine, over and over, that turned a cold, cooling medicine into a deep and warming one. And the old physicians prized the transformation greatly. It is a herb of the deepest nourishing, the great filler of the emptied and the thin, and one of the true cornerstones of the whole nourishing cupboard. We will turn now to the 60th. The 60th plant is the Ophiopagon, the small tuber the physicians called Maidong, the lush winter wheat, for its grassy leaves that stay green even through the snow. It is a low, grassy, tufted plant of the shaded ground and the woodland edge, with long, narrow, dark green leaves that stay green all through the winter, small, pale lilac flowers, and beneath the soil a cluster of small, swollen, fleshy, pale tubers hung along the fine roots like tiny spindles. And it was these small, sweet tubers, gathered and dried, that the apothecary kept, one of the cupboard's gentlest of all the moistening remedies for a dry and heated chest and a parched and restless body. In the old apothecary, the small pale tubers were kept dry, and a decoction of them, mild and sweetish, was given for the dry, hacking cough of a parched chest, for the dry mouth and the dry throat of a body grown short of moisture, for the restless, anxious, sleepless heat of a depleted spirit, and for the parching of a body recovering from a long fever. The physicians held the tuber to be a gentle moistener and cooler of a dry and heated chest and heart, a remedy that watered the parched lung, soothed the dry cough, quieted the irritable heart, and gave back the cool moisture that a long heat or a long fever had drawn away. It was a soft and kindly herb, gentle enough to give freely. There is a quiet loveliness in this small plant, its grassy leaves staying green beneath the very snow, and a soft kindness in its medicine, the watering of a dry chest and the quieting of a restless heart. It is a herb of gentle moistening, soft and cool and kind, and a good one to dwell on as the night deepens and your own breath grows soft and slow. We will turn now to the 61st. The 61st cure is the lycium bark, which the physicians called di gopai, the bark of the bone of the earth, taken from the root of the very same thorny shrub that gives the sweet red goji berry we met earlier. It is the pale yellowish bark, stripped from the root of that straggling thorny shrub of the dry northern lands, and where the bright berry above the ground was a sweet warming tonic. The bark of the root below was a cool and quieting medicine, given for a quite different trouble, the low, dry, deep heat that rises from an emptied body, much like the heat that the anima rahina was given to cool. The two parts of the one plant, the sweet warming berry and the cool, quieting bark made between them a small lesson in the patient subtlety of the old cupboard. In the old apothecary, the dried root bark was kept in clean jars, and a decoction of it was given above all for the low, dry, steaming heat of the afternoon and the night that troubles a body whose deep moistures have been burned away, the heat that brings a flushed face, a feverish unease, and a hot, sweating, broken sleep, and for the heated cough of a dry and depleted chest. The physicians held the bark to be a cooler of that deep, low, steaming heat that rises from emptiness, a remedy that quenched the night fevers and the night sweats of the worn and the depleted without ever harshly chilling the body. And they reached for it especially for the wasting heats that broke the sleep of the long ill. There is a fitting gentleness in this cool root bark, drawn from the same thorny shrub whose sweet red berry warmed and nourished, and given to quench the low steaming heats that break the sleep of the worn. It is a herb of cool quieting, soft and deep, the soother of the wasting fevers of the night. We will turn now to the 62nd and to the last of our remedies from these refined and careful centuries. The 62nd plant is the polygala, the root the physicians called yuanji, the far-reaching will, and prized above all others for the quieting of a troubled heart and the steadying of an anxious and forgetful mind. It is a slender, wiry little plant of the dry, sunny grasslands and stony slopes, with very narrow leaves and small spikes of little flowers, modest and easily overlooked, and beneath the soil a thin, tubular, yellowish, grey root. And it was this thin root that the apothecary kept, one of the cupboard's chief remedies for the unquiet heart, the anxious spirit, the broken sleep, and the failing memory of a mind grown, troubled, and unsettled. In the old apothecary, the thin roots were often prepared by cooking with a little licorice to soften them, then dried and kept, and a decoction of the root was given to those whose hearts were anxious and restless and easily startled, whose sleep was thin and broken and crowded with dreams, whose memory had grown poor and slipping, and whose spirits were low and uneasy. The physicians held the root to open a kind of channel between the heart and the deep root of vitality, settling the restless spirit, calming the anxious and palpitating heart, steadying the slipping memory, and drawing a broken, dream-crowded sleep back into something whole and deep and peaceful. It was a herb above all of the troubled spirit, reached for when the heart and the mind would not grow quiet. There is a deep and fitting peace in ending this chapter with the far-reaching will, the thin grassland root whose whole gift was to quiet the anxious heart and settle the troubled mind and deepen a broken sleep into wholeness. The cupboard of China was complete now, refined and ordered and deep, the work of 100 patient generations. But across the eastern sea, on the green and rainy islands of Japan, another people had taken this wisdom and were tending their own quiet gardens of healing in their own gentle and particular way. Let your breath grow slow and even now, and let us drift across the water toward the quiet gardens of old Japan, where the next of our remedies waits. We have crossed the eastern sea now to the green and rainy islands of Japan, where the long wisdom of the mainland cupboard had been carried across the water by monks and scholars and slowly made their own. In the quiet capital of the old court, among the willow gardens and the lacquered halls, the physicians tended a gentle and refined art of healing, and the women of the great houses kept their own soft remedies of leaf and flower, gathered from the misty hills and the dooryard gardens. The rains of those green islands fell soft and frequent, and the plants of the cupboard there took on something of that gentle, misty, unhurried quality. Let us look now at a few of the quiet remedies of old Japan. The 63rd plant is the kuzu, the great vine the Japanese called by that name and the Chinese before them jigen, prized above all for the stiff and aching neck and the early chill of a cold. It is a vast, sprawling, twining vine of the warm hills and roadsides, climbing and smothering whatever it can reach with its great parted leaves bearing fragrant purple flowers in the late summer, and beneath the soil an enormous, deep, starchy root, sometimes as large as a man's body, dug with great labor from the hillside. From that great root the people drew a fine white starch, used in the kitchen for its smooth thickening, and the apothecary kept the dried root itself for its gentle medicine. In the old apothecary, the dried root was sliced and kept, and a decoction of it was given above all for the stiff, tight, aching neck and shoulders, and upper back of one taking a chill, for the early surface stages of a feverish cold, and for the great thirst of a feverish or a heated body. The physicians held the root to release and relax the tight and stiffened muscles of the neck and back, to draw out and disperse the early chill caught at the surface, and to raise a cooling moisture against a parching thirst. The fine white starch, stirred into hot water until it turned to a smooth, clear, warm jelly, sweetened a little, was given as a soothing food to the queasy stomach and the convalescent. There is a homely comfort in this great root, the smooth, warm jelly of its starch given to soothe an unsettled belly, the decoction of its dried slices given to ease a stiff and aching neck, and the first chill of a cold. It is a herb of releasing and relaxing, of loosening what has drawn tight, and a good one to keep in mind as the stiffness eases now from your own neck and shoulders toward sleep. We will turn now to the 64th. The 64th plant is the perilla, the fragrant leaf the Japanese called shiso. It is a soft, leafy herb of the warm garden, close kin to the mints and the basils, with broad, toothed, pointed leaves of bright green or deep red, purple and small spikes of tiny flowers, and the whole plant, when brushed, gives off a warm, complex, aromatic fragrance, at once minty and spicy, and a little like cinnamon, that has made it beloved in the kitchen and the apothecary of Japan for many long centuries. Both the leaf and the small ripe seeds were kept and used, each for its own gentle purpose. In the old apothecary, the fragrant leaves were used fresh from the garden, where possible, and dried for the colder months, and a decoction or an infusion of them was given for the early surface chill of a cold, for the queasy and oppressed stomach, and, in a famous old use, for the troubled and anxious belly of one who had eaten ill, especially of fish or crab. For the leaf was held to settle and to right a stomach disturbed by spoiled food. The physicians held the leaf to be warming and dispersing, a remedy that drew out the early chill, settled the churning stomach, and freed a pent and oppressed feeling in the chest. The small ripe seeds, warmer and richer, were given for the cough laden with phlegm, and the wheezing chest of the old. There is a warm and pleasing fragrance in this leaf, both in the kitchen and the sick room, and a homely kindness in its medicine, the settling of a queasy belly and the drawing out of an early chill. It is a herb of warming and settling, fragrant and gentle, the soft friend of an unsettled stomach. We will turn now to the 65th. The 65th plant is the Japanese mugwort, which the people called yomogi, and which gave the small soft wool used in one of the oldest and most curious of all the healing arts of the East. It is a tall, branching, aromatic plant of the roadsides and field edges, with deeply cut green leaves that are dark above and pale and downy beneath, and small dull flowers in the late summer, much like its cousins across the whole northern world. In Japan it was a herb of many uses, gathered in the spring for the kitchen and the sick room alike, but its most particular and most ancient use lay in the soft pale wool that could be drawn from the underside of the dried leaves, the fine downy fibre called moxa. In the old apothecary and the healer's room, the dried leaves were rubbed and sifted over and over until the green leaf fell away and only the fine pale wool remained, and this soft wool was the heart of the art. Small cones or threads of it were set upon the skin at certain careful points of the body and lit to smoulder slowly and warm the flesh deeply, a gentle warming heat that was held to drive out a deep cold, to ease a chronic aching, to strengthen a weakened body, and to settle many a long and stubborn complaint. The fresh young leaves were also eaten in the spring, pounded into a soft green rice cake, both as a food and as a gentle spring tonic, and a decoction of the leaves was given to warm a cold womb and to ease the cramping of a chilled belly. There is a deep and ancient quietness in this art, the small soft cone of pale wool smouldering gently upon the skin, the warmth sinking slowly and deeply in, easing a long cold and a stubborn ache. It is a herb of deep warming, the giver of that patient healing heat, and one of the oldest and gentlest of all the arts of the East. We will turn now to the 66th. The 66th plant is the loquat, whose great leaves the Japanese called biwa, prized above all for the troubles of the chest and the cough. It is a handsome small evergreen tree of the warm gardens and hillsides, with large, long, leathery, dark green leaves, woolly and pale beneath, bearing fragrant white flowers in the cold of winter and small, sweet, golden fruits in the early summer. And while the soft fruit was loved and eaten, it was the great leathery leaves that the apothecary kept, one of the cupboard's chief and most beloved remedies for a hot and irritated cough. In the old apothecary, the large leaves were gathered, the soft pale wool carefully brushed and wiped away from their undersides, for the fine hairs would irritate the very throat the leaf was meant to soothe, and then the cleaned leaves were dried, sometimes lightly roasted with a little honey. A decoction of them was given for the dry, hot, hacking cough of a chest grown heated and irritated within, for the cough that brought up a thick stuck phlegm, for the queasy hiccuing, rising stomach, and for the great thirst of a heated body. The physicians held the leaf to be cooling and moistening to the heated lung, and settling to a rising and rebellious stomach, a remedy that quieted the dry, hot cough, soothed the irritated throat, and turned downward what had risen up to churn the belly. There is a soft comfort in this great leathery leaf, simmered with a little honey into a cooling syrup and given to soothe a hot and aching cough on a winter night. It is a herb of cool soothing, gentle and much loved, the kind friend of a heated and irritated chest. We will turn now to the 67th. The 67th plant is the Japanese honeysuckle, which the people called sukazura, a near cousin of the gold and silver flower we met before, and used for much the same cooling and cleansing work. It is a vigorous, twining, evergreen vine of the hedges and woodland edges of the warm islands, with paired oval leaves that stay green through much of the winter, and sweetly fragrant tubular flowers that open white and slowly turn to gold as they age, scenting the warm dusk of early summer with a honeyed sweetness so strong it carries on the evening air. Both the flowers and the leafy stems were gathered and dried, and they were among the gentle cooling remedies most freely used in the household and the apothecary of old Japan. In the old apothecary, the dried flowers and the dried leafy stems were kept in clean jars, and a light decoction or a simple infusion of them was given for the feverish heat of a summer cold, for the hot and burning throat, for the angry inflamed sores and small swellings upon the skin, and for the heats and rashes that the great damp warmth of the island summer brings. The physicians held the flower and the vine to be cooling and cleansing, a remedy that drew off the burning heat and quieted the angry inflammation, gentle enough to give freely and often, even to children. And a cool tea of it was a common and pleasant drink against the great heat of the summer. There is a soft loveliness in this vine, the gold and silver flowers scenting the warm island dusk, and a gentleness in its medicine, cooling and kind, much like its cousin across the water. It is a herb of cool cleansing, sweet and gentle, the apothecary's friend in the hot, wet summers of the green islands. We will turn now to the 68th. The 68th plant is the Hautoinia, which the Japanese call dokodami, a herb of a strange and powerful smell, much loved despite it, and counted among the great cleansing and clearing remedies of the islands. It is a low, creeping, leafy plant of the damp, shady corners of the garden and the woodland, with broad heart-shaped leaves, often tinged with red, and small spikes of tiny flowers set above 4 white bracts that look like the petals of a small flower. The whole plant, when bruised, gives off a strong, sharp, fishy, unmistakable smell that some find unpleasant, and that gave the plant a name meaning, roughly, the poison-quelling herb, for despite its odd odor, or perhaps because of its very strength, it was trusted above many gentler plants for the clearing of heat and corruption from the body. In the old apothecary and the household, the fresh herb was used where possible, and the dried herb kept for the colder months. A decoction or an infusion of it was given for the hot and corrupted sores and abscesses of the skin, for the heated and infected chest with its thick and foul phlegm, for the heated and burning passages of the lower body, and as a general cleanser of a body grown hot and corrupted within. The physicians held the herb to be a strong cleanser and queller of heat and corruption, drawing off the poison from a festering sore and clearing the heated and infected chest, and the fresh crushed leaves were laid directly upon a hot and angry sore to draw it clean. There is a curious lesson in this strong smelling herb, much loved despite its odd odor, for its honest and powerful cleansing, that the most useful things in the cupboard are not always the sweetest to the nose. It is a herb of strong cleansing, the quiet queller of heat and corruption, trusted across the centuries despite, or because of, its strange and unforgettable smell. We will turn now to the 69th. The 69th plant is the myoga, the Japanese ginger, a gentle aromatic of the shaded island gardens. It is a leafy plant of the cool, moist shade, close kin to the true ginger, sending up tall reed. like stalks of long narrow leaves from a knot of underground stems. But it is grown and gathered not for its root, but for the small, plump, pinkish flower buds that push up directly from the soil at the base of the stems in the late summer, fragrant and a little sharp, and for the young tender shoots of the spring. These were prized in the kitchen as a fresh, aromatic, faintly bitter relish, and the apothecary valued them too for their gentle warming and clearing. In the old apothecary and the kitchen, the fresh fragrant buds and shoots were the chief part used, eaten fresh or steeped, and they were given for the sluggish and queasy stomach of the damp summer, for the heavy, oppressed, dull feeling of a body burdened by the wet heat, and for the foggy, sluggish head of a damp and sleepy season. For the people held that the sharp, clean, aromatic quality of the buds woke and roused a body grown heavy and dull, cleared the foggy head, and sharpened a flagging appetite. A warm infusion of them was given, too, for the early chill of a cold and for the cramping of a chilled belly. There is a fresh and pleasing sharpness in these small pink buds, pushing up from the cool shaded soil in the late summer, eaten as a clearing relish and given to wake a body grown dull and heavy in the damp heat. It is a herb of gentle rousing, fragrant and fresh, the clearer of the foggy head and the sluggish summer belly. We will turn now to the 70th. The 70th plant is the persimmon, whose leaves the Japanese called koki, kept for a gentle and cooling tea, and whose other parts had their quiet uses too. It is the well-loved fruit tree of the warm island gardens, with broad glossy leaves that turn to a glorious flame of red and gold in the autumn, bearing the famous round orange fruits that ripen as the leaves fall and hang like small lanterns on the bare branches into the early winter. The sweet ripe fruit was loved and eaten, of course, but the apothecary kept the leaves, gathered in the summer and dried, for a mild and pleasant tea, and held a few of the tree's other parts in quiet reserve for particular troubles. In the old apothecary and the household, the dried leaves were kept in clean jars, and a simple infusion of them made a pale, mild, faintly grassy tea, drunk freely and held to be cooling and gently strengthening to a body grown hot and weary in the summer, and good for the gums and the small bleedings of a heated frame. The dried calyx, the little brown cap at the top of the fruit, was kept separately and given in a decoction for the stubborn and persistent hiccough that will not stop, a use for which it was particularly and curiously trusted, and which the physicians held to settle and turn downward a rising and rebellious stomach. There is a quiet seasonal beauty in this tree, the flame-colored leaves and the orange fruits hanging like lanterns on the bare winter branches, and a homely gentleness in its medicines, the mild cooling tea of the leaf, and the curious old remedy of the calyx for the stubborn hiccough. It is a tree of gentle uses, woven softly into the turning of the island year. We will turn now to the 71st. The 71st plant is the plum, whose pickled fruit the Japanese called omiboshi, one of the most particular and most beloved of all the small medicines of the islands. It comes from a graceful flowering tree, famous above all for its blossoms, which open on the bare branches in the very last cold of winter, before any other tree dares to flower, and are honored across the islands as the brave first sign of the coming spring. But the fruit, sour and hard and green even when ripe, was never eaten fresh. Instead, it was salted and pickled and dried, often with the red leaf of the perilla, until it became the small, soft, intensely sour and salty preserved plum that has been the household physician of Japan for 1,000 years and more. In the old household and apothecary, a single one of these intensely sour pickled plums was a remedy of many small uses, kept always in the kitchen jar. One was eaten or steeped in hot water for a tea, to settle a queasy and unsettled stomach, to right a belly disturbed by spoiled or doubtful food, to ease the great weariness and heaviness of a long hot day, to quench a parching thirst, and to wake a flagging and sluggish appetite. The people held the intense soreness of the plum to gather in and steady a scattered and weakened body, to settle a churning stomach, to clear the head of a heavy weariness, and to guard the belly against the spoiling of food in the warm months. A traveler carried one in a packet of rice against the troubles of the road. There is a homely and particular character to this small sour plum, kept always in the kitchen jar, eaten against weariness and a troubled belly and the heat of a long day, carried by travelers as a guardian of the road. It is a herb, or rather a fruit, of gathering and steadying, sour and salty and strong, the small faithful household physician of the islands. We will turn now to the 72nd and to the last of our remedies from the quiet gardens of the old court. The 72nd plant is the wasabi, the sharp green root of the cold mountain streams, prized as a relish and trusted as a quiet guardian against the spoiling of food. It is a low, leafy plant that grows only in the clear, cold running water of the shaded mountain streams of Japan, with broad heart-shaped leaves on long stalks and small white flowers, sending down into the gravel a thick green knobbly rhizome. And it was this rhizome, grated fresh into a sharp pale green paste, that gave the fierce clean heat known across the islands. It is a heat unlike the warm heat of pepper or ginger, a sharp, clean, rushing heat that rises straight into the nose and clears the head in an instant before fading swiftly away. In the old kitchen and the household, the fresh root was grated only at the moment it was needed, for its sharp heat faded quickly once it was exposed to the air, and a little of the bright green paste was eaten with raw fish and other foods of the warm season. The people held the sharp green root to be a guardian against the spoiling and the corruption of food, a relish that kept a doubtful dish from troubling the belly, and they trusted it especially with the raw fish of the warm months. Beyond the table, the clean rushing heat of it was held to clear a stuffed and heavy head in an instant, and to wake a sluggish appetite, and a very little was used against the small troubles of a damp and sluggish digestion. There is a clean and bracing character to this sharp green root, grown only in the clearest cold mountain water, grated fresh into its fierce clean heat, eaten as a guardian of the warm weather table and a clearer of the heavy head. It is a herb of sharp clearing, fresh and fierce and brief, the quiet guardian of the island kitchen. And with it, the quiet gardens of the old court grow still, and the long centuries turn on toward a busier and brighter age. For Japan was about to enter its great peaceful age, the long-settled centuries of the shoguns, when the tea houses opened their doors and the towns filled with people, and the apothecaries of the cities sold their remedies from neat lacquered cabinets to the merchants and the craftsmen of a peaceful land. Let your breath grow slow, and even now, and let us drift forward into the tea houses and the lacquer cabinets of that bright peaceful age, where the next of our remedies waits, We have come now to the great peaceful age of old Japan, the long settled centuries when the wars at last fell silent, the roads grew safe, the towns swelled with merchants and craftsmen and players, and a bright and busy townsfolk culture flowered across the islands. In this age, the tea houses opened on every street, the bathhouses steamed in every quarter, and the apothecaries of the cities sold their dried herbs and their rolled pills from neat lacquered cabinets of many small drawers, each labeled in fine black characters. The common people now could reach for remedies their grandparents could only have dreamed of, and a few new plants, and a few old ones newly prized, took their lasting place in the cupboard. Let us look now at a few of these. The 73rd plant is the green tea, the leaf that became, in this peaceful age, the very heart of the daily life of the islands. A drink, a ritual, and a quiet medicine all at once. It comes from a glossy, leaved evergreen shrub of the warm hillsides, with small fragrant white flowers whose young leaves, picked in the spring, were steamed and dried and rolled or ground to a fine bright green powder to make the tea that the whole of the islands came to drink. While the leaf had been known and valued for many centuries before, it was in this peaceful age that it spread into every household and every street. And the slow, careful making and drinking of it became a quiet art of stillness and attention in itself. In the old household and apothecary, the dried leaves or the green powder were steeped or whisked in hot water, and the warm green cup was drunk freely all day long. But it was held to be a medicine as well as a pleasure. The people held the tea to wake and brighten a dull and heavy head, to clear a foggy and sluggish mind, to lighten a heavy and over full belly after a rich meal, to quench a parching thirst, and to ease the slow weariness of a long day. The slightly bitter, clearing quality of it was thought to cut through the heaviness of the body, to brighten the spirits, and to set a clouded mind in order, and the slow ritual of its making, the quiet attention it asked, was itself a kind of medicine for a troubled and restless heart. There is a deep and particular peace in this leaf, in the slow, careful whisking of the bright green powder, the quiet attention, the warm clearing cup. It is a herb of gentle brightening and quiet, stilling, woven into the very heart of a peaceful age, and the slow making of it has calmed more restless hearts across the centuries than any physician could number. We will turn now to the 74th. The 74th plant is the adzuki, the small red bean kept in the cupboard for the waterlogged and swollen body, and for the heated and corrupted sore. It is a low, bushy, leguminous plant of the warm fields, with 3 parted leaves and small yellow flowers, bearing slender pods full of small, hard, deep red beans. And while these little red beans were above all a food, sweetened into the soft red paste that filled the cakes and sweets beloved across the islands, the apothecary kept them too, for a few particular and trusted medicines of the heavy and the heated body. In the old apothecary and the household, the small red beans were simmered long in water, and the resulting reddish broth, taken in cups, was given for the waterlogged and swollen body, for the puffy and dropsical limbs of one whose system could not move its waters on, and for the slow, heavy swelling of a sluggish frame. For the people held the red bean broth to draw off and move along the standing waters of a swollen body, and to ease the dropsical limb. The cooked and mashed beans, too, were made into a poultice and laid upon a hot, angry, swollen sore to draw out the heat and the corruption and bring the swelling down, a homely and trusted remedy of the household. There is a homely usefulness in this small red bean, both the sweet red paste of the festival cake and the quiet medicine of the swollen body and the heated sore. It is a herb, or rather a humble bean, of draining and drawing, woven softly into both the table and the sick room of the islands. We will turn now to the 75th. The 75th plant is the ginkgo, the ancient tree whose fan-shaped leaf and pale nut were both kept in the cupboard, a tree older than almost any other living thing upon the earth. It is a tall, stately tree of great age and great endurance, with curious fan-shaped leaves, notched at the rim, that turn to a clear and glorious gold in the autumn. A tree so old in its kind that it had grown upon the earth long before there were any people at all to gather it, and it was often planted beside the temples, where some of the great old trees have stood, it is said, for many hundreds of years. It bears, on the female trees, a soft fruit of a strong and unpleasant smell, within which lies a pale, hard-shelled nut, and it was this nut and the golden leaf that the apothecary kept. In the old apothecary and the kitchen, the pale nuts were taken from their soft foul covering, their hard shells cracked, and the green, gold kernels within roasted or boiled. For raw they were held to be harsh and were eaten only in small numbers. The cooked nuts were given for the wheezing phlegm, laden cough of the old, for the chest grown weak and congested, and for certain troubles of the lower body and the bladder, for the people held the nut to settle and strengthen a weak and laboring chest, to ease the wheezing breath, and to gather in and steady a leaking and unsteady lower body. The fan-shaped leaf, gathered and dried, was steeped for a tea given to the old for a heavy and laboring heart, and a sluggish and forgetful head. There is a deep and quiet majesty in this ancient tree, older than the very race of people who gather it, standing golden and patient beside the old temples for hundreds of years, and a gentle usefulness in its nut and its leaf, given to the wheezing chest and the laboring heart of the old. It is a tree of great age and quiet medicine, and there is something deeply restful in the thought of its patience, standing through century upon century, asking nothing, turning gold each autumn in the cooling air. We will turn now to the 76th. The 76th plant is the burdock, the long dark root the Japanese called gobo, prized in this peaceful age as both a daily food and a quiet cleanser of the body. It is a great, broad-leafed plant of the field edges and waste corners, with enormous heart-shaped leaves and prickly purple, flowered burrs that cling to whatever passes by, and beneath the soil a long, deep, slender, dark-skinned root, white and crisp within, that the people of the islands dug and cooked and ate as a common and beloved food far more than the people of the mainland ever did, valuing its earthy, woody, faintly sweet flavor and its firm, crisp bite. The apothecary kept the root and the small hard seeds for their gentle cleansing and cooling. In the old kitchen and apothecary, the long roots were scrubbed, sliced thin, and cooked in many homely dishes, both as a nourishing food and as a quiet daily cleanser. For the people held the earthy root to clear and cleanse a body grown heavy and clogged, to ease the troubled and breaking out skin, and to move along the heat and corruption of a sluggish frame. The small hard seeds were kept by the apothecary and given in a decoction for the feverish sore throat, the heated cough, and the angry breaking outrash of a heated body. For the seed was held to be cooling and dispersing, a draw off of heat and a clearer of the breaking out skin. There is a homely earthiness in this long dark root, dug from the field edge, scrubbed and sliced and cooked into the daily dishes of the islands, a food and a quiet cleanser in one. It is a herb of gentle clearing, earthy and crisp and kind, woven softly into both the daily table and the apothecary's shelf of the peaceful age. We will turn now to the 77th. The 77th plant is the Japanese knotweed, which the people called etadori, the pain-easing herb, kept for the bruised and aching body and for the slow cleansing of a sluggish frame. It is a tall, vigorous, bamboo-like plant of the roadsides and stream banks and waste ground, with hollow-jointed, reddish stems that shoot up with great speed in the spring, broad heart-shaped leaves, and frothy sprays of small creamy, white flowers in the late summer, and beneath the soil a tough, deep, branching, yellowish root. The young spring shoots were gathered and eaten as a sour and pleasant vegetable, and the apothecary kept the dried root, above all for its long name, the pain-easing herb, and the trust the people placed in it for the bruised and aching body. In the old apothecary, the dried root was sliced and kept, and a decoction of it was given for the bruised and aching body after a fall or a blow, for the slow stiff pains of the joints and the limbs of the old, for the cramping pains the people linked to a stuck and stagnant blood, and as a slow cleanser of a body grown heavy and clogged within. The physicians held the root to move a stuck and stagnant blood, and to disperse the bruised and congealed blood beneath an old injury, easing the aching that came of stagnation, and to clear and cleanse a heavy and sluggish frame, drawing off the standing heat and dampness. A wash of the root was used, too, upon the slow, healing sore and the burned skin. There is a fitting honesty in this vigorous roadside plant, named simply for the pain it eased, gathered young for the table and dug deep for the bruised and aching body. It is a herb of quiet pain, easing and slow cleansing, common and strong and faithful, the roadside friend of the bruised and the stiff. We will turn now to the 78th. The 78th plant is the sojutsu, a kind of atractylodes much like the baiju we met among the early Chinese roots, but sharper and more drying, kept in this peaceful age above all as a guardian against the damp heaviness of the body, and, in a famous old custom, against the very airs of pestilence. It is a modest plant of the cool, dry hills, kin to the baiju of the mainland cupboard, with toothed leaves and small thistle, like flower heads, and beneath the soil a knotty, aromatic rhizome, sharp and bitter and strongly drying, that the apothecary kept for the heavy, damp, sluggish, waterlogged troubles of the body, and for one particular and curious seasonal custom of the towns. In the old apothecary and the household, the dried aromatic rhizome was sliced and kept, and a decoction of it was given for the heavy, damp, sluggish, aching body of the wet seasons, for the swollen and waterlogged limbs, for the weak and watery digestion burdened by standing dampness, and for the foggy, heavy, dull head of a damp and rainy time. For the people held the sharp aromatic root to dry up the standing dampness of a waterlogged frame, and to rouse and warm a heavy and sluggish digestion. But its most curious use was this, that in the seasons of pestilence, and at certain turnings of the year, the dried root was burned, alone or with other aromatics, so that its sharp, clean smoke might fill the house, and, as the people believed, drive out the corrupted and pestilent airs, and guard the household against the spreading sickness. There is a particular and vivid custom in this herb. The sharp aromatic root set smouldering in the house against the airs of pestilence, the clean smoke drifting through the rooms in the fearful seasons of sickness. It is a herb of drying and warding, sharp and clean, the quiet guardian of the household against the damp and the corrupted air. We will turn now to the 79th. The 79th plant is the koix, the pale hard seed the Japanese called hatomugi, often known as the Job's tears, kept for the waterlogged body, the troubled skin, and the aching damp, burdened limbs. It is a tall, stout, grassy plant of the warm, damp fields, much like a coarse barley or millet, with broad grassy leaves, and in place of an ordinary grain, hard round, pale, pearly seeds shining and almost stony, that hang in small clusters and were strung, in some places, as beads, but were valued above all, cooked soft, as a gentle food medicine for the heavy and waterlogged and troubled, skinned body. It was a kind, mild, everyday remedy, given freely and long. In the old apothecary and the kitchen, the pale hard seeds were simmered long and slow until they grew soft and tender, and were eaten as a porridge or a gruel, or their decoction drunk. And they were given for the heavy, swollen, waterlogged body, for the puffy and aching, damp, burdened limbs, for the weak and watery digestion burdened by standing dampness, and, in a use much loved by the women of the islands, for the rough, troubled, breaking out skin, which a long course of the soft cooked seed was held to smooth and clear and brighten. The people held the seed to drain off the standing dampness of a waterlogged frame, to ease the heavy aching of the damp, burdened limbs, and to clear and smooth a rough and troubled skin from within. There is a homely gentleness in this pale pearly seed, simmered soft into a mild porridge, given freely to drain the heavy body and clear the troubled skin. It is a herb of gentle draining and quiet smoothing, mild and kind, the patient everyday friend of the damp, burdened, and the rough-skinned. We will turn now to the 80th and to the last of our remedies from the bright, peaceful age of the tea houses. The 80th plant is the sansho, the Japanese pepper, the small sharp berry that gives a tingling, numbing, citrus, sharp heat, kept as a relish and trusted as a quiet warmer of the cold belly and a queller of the worms. It comes from a small thorny tree of the hills, with feathery pinnate leaves of a bright fresh green, and small clusters of tiny flowers, bearing in the autumn small reddish berries that split open to show a single shining black seed, and it is the bright green husk of the berry, dried and ground, that gives the spice its particular character, a sharp, fresh, citrus-like fragrance and a curious tingling, numbing heat upon the tongue, quite unlike the simple warmth of other peppers. Both the young leaves and the dried berry husks were used in the kitchen and the apothecary alike. In the old kitchen and apothecary, the dried ground husks were used as a sharp tingling relish, and the apothecary kept the spice for its quiet medicine, a decoction or a little of the powder given for the cold and griping belly, for the cramping wind of a chilled stomach, and, in an old and trusted use, against the worms that troubled the bellies of country children, for the people held the sharp warming spice to drive out a deep belly cold, to ease the gripping wind and cramping of a chilled gut, and to quell and expel the worms. The fresh young green leaves, fragrant and sharp, were laid upon foods both as a relish and as a quiet guardian against their spoiling. There is a fresh and curious sharpness in this small green spice, with its tingling, numbing heat, and its bright citrus scent, eaten as a relish and given to warm a cold and griping belly. It is a herb of sharp warming, fresh and tingling and clean, and with it the lacquer cabinets of the peaceful age fall quiet at last. For there were lands still higher and colder and stranger than these, where other physicians, on the roof of the world itself, had built a healing art all their own. Let your breath grow slow and even now, and let us drift away from the warm green islands, up and away toward the high cold snows of the Great Plateau, where the next of our remedies waits. We have climbed now to the roof of the world, to the high cold plateau of Tibet, where the air is thin and bright, and the great snow mountains stand against a sky of the deepest blue. Here, in the high monasteries and the wandering tents of the herders, the physicians had built a healing art all their own, drawn partly from the wisdom of India to the south and China to the east, but shaped above all by the harsh and beautiful country in which they lived, by the thin cold air, the fierce sun, the long winters, and the small tough plants that clung to the high stony slopes. Their medicines were often rolled into small, dark, precious pills, blended of many ingredients and blessed with prayers, and the plants that went into them were gathered with care and reverence from the high meadows and the cold stream sides. Let us look now at a few of these high and hardy remedies. The 81st plant is the rhodiola, the golden root of the high cold cliffs, prized above all for the giving of strength and breath in the thin air of the heights. It is a low, tough, succulent plant of the high cold rocks and cliff ledges, well above the line of the trees, with thick fleshy blue, green leaves crowded along short stems and clusters of small yellow or reddish flowers, and beneath the soil a thick, woody, golden, scented root that, when broken, gives off a faint scent of roses, and from which came one of the great strengthening tonics of the high country. It grew only in the harshest and highest places, drawing its strength from the thin air and the fierce cold sun, and it was gathered with labor from the cliff ledges of the heights. In the old apothecary of the high country, the golden roots were dug, cleaned and dried, and a decoction of them, or a little of the root chewed, was given to those worn out by hard labor in the thin cold air, to the traveler breathless and exhausted on the high passes, to the herder weary from the long climb, and to any whose strength and breath had failed in the harsh country of the heights. The physicians held the root to strengthen and steady a body worn down by hardship and thin air, to ease the breathless exhaustion of the high passes, to brighten a dull and dispirited mind, and to fortify a frame against the long cold and the great labor of the mountain life. There is a fitting hardiness in this golden root, clinging to the high cold cliffs above the trees, drawing its strength from the fierce thin air, and giving that strength back to the breathless and the weary of the heights. It is a herb of high strength, tough and golden and faithful, the quiet friend of the laboring traveler on the roof of the world. We will turn now to the 82nd. The 82nd plant is the snow lotus, the woolly flower of the highest meadows, one of the rarest and most revered of all the medicines of the high country. It is a strange and beautiful plant of the very highest stony meadows, near the line of the eternal snows, where almost nothing else can grow, sending up a single stout stem, wrapped thickly in pale woolly hairs, and crowned with a great head of flowers half hidden in a dense ball of that same pale wool, which shields the bloom from the fierce cold and the burning high sun. It grew so high and so rarely and was so hard to reach that it gathered about itself a deep reverence, and was held among the most precious of all the remedies of the heights. In the old apothecary of the high country, the whole woolly flowering plant was gathered with care and dried, and a decoction of it, or a little of it in a warming spirit, was given for the deep cold that settles into the joints and the bones of those who live in the high country, for the slow stiff aching of the limbs and the back, for the chilled and cramping womb, and for the deep weariness of a body worn by the long cold. The physicians held the woolly flower to be deeply warming, a remedy that drove the deep cold from the joints and the bones, eased the slow cold aching of the limbs, warmed a chilled and cramping belly, and fortified a body grown weak with the long hardship of the cold. So precious was it that it was parted with sparingly and gathered with thanks. There is a deep and fitting wonder in this woolly flower, blooming alone near the eternal snows where nothing else can live, wrapped in its own pale wool against the fierce cold, gathered with reverence and given to warm the deep cold of the bones. It is a herb of deep warming, rare and revered, the precious flower of the highest meadows. We will turn now to the 83rd. The 83rd plant is the Tibetan gentian, the small blue flower of the high meadows, kept as one of the great bitter coolers of the high cupboard for the heated and inflamed body. It is a low, tough little plant of the high alpine meadows and stony slopes, with small narrow leaves crowded along short stems and lovely deep blue trumpet-shaped flowers that open to the bright high sun, scattered across the high turf in the short mountain summer, like fallen scraps of the deep blue sky. It is a near cousin of the great yellow gentians of other lands, and like them it carries, in its small tough roots and its flowering tops, a deep clean bitterness, and from that bitterness came its place in the cupboard as a cooler of heat and a cleanser of corruption. In the old apothecary of the high country, the small plant, root and flowering top alike, was gathered and dried, and a decoction of it was given for the heated and feverish body, for the hot and inflamed troubles of the liver and the blood, for the angry inflamed sore and the heated swelling, and for the hot and corrupted conditions that the physicians linked to a smouldering heat within. They held the bitter little flower to be cooling and cleansing, a queller of the inner heats and a clearer of corruption, drawing off the burning heat of the inflamed body and cleansing the heated blood, and it appeared in many of the cooling formulas of the high country, rolled into the small dark precious pills with other herbs of the heights. There is a quiet loveliness in this small blue flower, scattered like fallen sky across the high summer meadows, and a clean bitterness in its medicine, the cooling and cleansing of the heated and corrupted body. It is a herb of cool cleansing, small and tough and blue, the bitter friend of the inflamed, and the feverish on the roof of the world. We will turn now to the 84th. The 84th cure is the caterpillar fungus, the same strange growth, half creature and half plant, that we met among the refined Chinese tonics, but gathered here in its true high homeland, the cold meadows of the great plateau, where it was prized as one of the most precious of all the strengthening medicines of the heights. It is, as we saw before, the small dark fungus that grows out of the body of a buried caterpillar of the high cold meadows, sending up in the spring its single slender stalk from the head of the mummified creature beneath the turf, so that the gatherers, crawling slowly across the high meadows in the short season, search the turf with great patience for the tiny dark stalks that betray the treasure below. It was, and remains, among the most costly of all the medicines of the East, and on the high plateau it was a thing of true value, gathered with great labor and traded far and wide. In the old apothecary of the high country, the dried fungus was kept with great care, and a few of them were simmered slowly into a rich, nourishing broth, often with a little meat, or steeped in a warming spirit, and given to the worn and the wasted, to those whose deep strength and breath had failed in the harsh thin air, to the convalescent slowly rebuilding after grave illness, and to the old whose vigor and whose breath had grown thin with the years and the cold. The physicians held it to be a great and gentle restorer of the body's deepest reserves, strengthening at once the laboring breath and the deep root of vitality, and warming and rebuilding a frame worn down by the hardship of the heights. There is a deep strangeness and a deep fittingness in this remedy of the high meadows, the small grass that grows from a sleeping creature beneath the cold turf, gathered crawling across the meadows in the short, bright season, and given to rebuild the deepest strength of the worn and the wasted. It is a herb, if we may call it so, of the rarest and most patient nourishing, drawn from the high cold heart of the world. We will turn now to the 85th. The 85th plant is the sea buckthorn, the bright orange berry of the high cold valleys, prized for the troubles of the chest and the digestion, and for the slow strengthening of a worn body. It is a tough, thorny, silvery, leaved shrub of the high cold riverbanks and stony valley floors, with narrow grey, green leaves and fierce, sharp thorns, bearing in the autumn a great abundance of small, bright, glowing orange berries crowded thickly along its branches, so densely set that the whole shrub seems to burn with orange fire against the grey stones and the first snows. The berries are intensely sour and a little astringent, full of a bright juice, and they were gathered with some difficulty among the thorns, as one of the most valued food medicines of the high cold country. In the old apothecary of the high country, the bright orange berries were gathered and used fresh where possible, or dried, or made into a thick sour juice or paste, and they were given for the cough and the troubles of the chest, for the heavy phlegm-laden chest of the cold seasons, for the weak and sluggish digestion, and as a slow strengthener of a body worn thin by the hardship and the long cold of the heights. The physicians held the sour bright berry to ease and clear a phlegm-laden chest, to wake and strengthen a weak digestion, to clear away corruption and heat from the blood, and to nourish and rebuild slowly a body grown thin and worn. And it appeared in many of the formulas of the high country. There is a fierce and beautiful brightness in this berry, glowing orange among the grey stones and the first snows of the high valleys, gathered with care among the thorns, and given to ease the chest and strengthen the worn. It is a herb of bright nourishing, sour and tough and faithful, the glowing fire, berry of the cold high valleys. We will turn now to the 86th. The 86th plant is the costus, the fragrant root the high physicians prized for the cold and sluggish belly, and for the warming and moving of a stuck digestion. It is a tall, stout plant of the high cool meadows and the mountain valleys, with great broad leaves and a tall stem bearing dark, thistle-like flower heads, and beneath the soil a thick, fragrant, dark brown root, carrying a deep, warm, complex, faintly woody scent. And it was this aromatic root, dug and dried, that the apothecary kept, one of the chief warming and moving remedies of the high cupboard for the cold and stuck and sluggish digestion. So valued was its fragrance that the dried root was traded far beyond the high country, into the warm lands of the south and west, both as a medicine and as a precious incense. In the old apothecary of the high country, the fragrant dark roots were sliced and kept, and a decoction of them, or a little of the powdered root, was given for the cold, heavy, oppressed, and griping belly, for the fullness and the loss of appetite of a stuck and sluggish digestion, for the cramping wind of a chilled gut, and for the queasy, churning, distended stomach. The physicians held the fragrant root to warm and move and free a cold and stuck digestion, to rouse a sluggish appetite, to ease the griping wind and the oppressed fullness of the belly, and to set the slow machinery of the gut turning again. It was joined in the high formulas with other warming and moving herbs, and its deep warm fragrance was prized in its own right. There is a warm, rich fragrance in this dark root, dug from the high cool valleys, traded far across the world for its scent and its medicine alike, and given to warm and move a cold and griping belly. It is a herb of warming and moving, deeply fragrant and faithful, the rouser of the cold and sluggish digestion of the heights. We will turn now to the 87th. The 87th cure is the Chebulic myrobalan, the small dried fruit the Tibetan physicians called arura. The king of medicines, the most honored and most central of all the plants of the high cupboard. It is the small, hard, dried fruit of a tall tree of the warm lower valleys, oval and ridged and brown, intensely sour and bitter and astringent. And it was held by the high physicians to be the very king of all the medicines, the one plant that touched and benefited every part of the body. And it is shown again and again in the old paintings of the high country, held in the hand of the great healing Buddha of the blue light, a small dark fruit, raised in blessing above all the cupboard's wealth. No other plant was so honored on the roof of the world. In the old apothecary of the high country, the small dried fruits were kept with reverence, ground to a powder or simmered into decoctions, and they appeared in a vast number of the formulas of the high country, joined with almost every other herb. The fruit was given for the sluggish and heavy belly, to move and cleanse a stuck digestion, to gather in and steady a leaking and unsteady body, to clear corruption and heat from the blood, and as a slow keeper of the body's good order over a long life. The physicians held the king of medicines to be a great and balanced harmonizer of the whole body, at once cleansing and gathering, moving and steadying, touching every part and setting the whole frame gently back into order, and they trusted it above all others. There is a deep and fitting reverence in this small dark fruit, raised in the hand of the healing Buddha in the old paintings, honored as the king of all the medicines, trusted to touch and to right every part of the body. It is a herb of balanced harmonizing, the most honored plant of the high country, the small dark fruit at the very heart of its healing art. We will turn now to the 88th, and to the last of our remedies from the roof of the world. The 88th plant is the Tibetan rhubarb, the high cold cousin of the great yellow root we met among the early Chinese herbs, grown here in its true homeland on the high stony slopes and kept as a great cleanser of the heated and clogged body. It is a tall, bold plant of the high stony slopes and meadows, with great broad crinkled leaves rising from the ground and a tall flowering spike, much like its lowland cousin, but grown harder and stronger in the thin cold air of the heights, and beneath the soil a large, heavy, deep yellow root, bitter and astringent and strong. It grew wild across the high country, and the deep yellow roots were dug from the stony ground in the autumn and dried hard, and they were one of the great cleansing and clearing roots of the high cupboard. In the old apothecary of the high country, the deep yellow roots were sliced and dried and kept, and they were handled, as on the mainland, with respect, for their action was strong. A decoction of the root, in careful dose, was given to clear a body grown, blocked and heavy and feverish within, to move a stubborn and sluggish gut, to draw down a burning heat that had risen and clogged the upper passages, and to clear the heat and corruption from a heated and inflamed body. The physicians held the root to be a strong cleanser and clearer, sweeping through to break a stubborn blockage, and to draw off a raging heat, and in small and careful doses they gave a little of it as a gentle cleanser to the heavy and the sluggish, much as the lowland physicians did with its cousin. There is a fitting completeness in ending our high journey with this strong yellow root, grown harder and stronger in the thin cold air, dug from the high stony slopes and given to cleanse and clear a heated and clogged body. The healing art of the roof of the world was deep and old and reverent, blending the wisdom of many lands into its small dark precious pills. But far below the high cold plateau, in another and warmer world entirely, among the green and dripping forests of the southern lands, other peoples had grown their own great cupboard of healing from the lush wealth of the tropics. Let your breath grow slow and even now, and let us drift down and away from the cold, bright heights, toward the warm, flowering kingdoms of the southern seas, where the next of our remedies waits. We have descended now into a wholly different world, the warm, green, flowering kingdoms of the southern seas, where the great rivers wind slow and brown through the dripping forests, where the stone temples of the old kings rise from the jungle, and where the warm sea laps at 1,000 spice-scented islands. Here the air is thick and warm and heavy with the scent of 1,000 growing things, and the cupboard of the healer overflows with the lush wealth of the tropics, with fragrant leaves and pungent roots, and the precious spices that the whole world came sailing across the seas to buy. In the kingdoms of the great river and the islands of the spice trade, the people had woven these green riches into a healing art and a daily life of their own. Let us look now at a few of the warm remedies of the southern seas. The 89th plant is the betel leaf, the glossy green leaf of the warm forests, the heart of a chewing custom so old and so widespread that it bound together half the peoples of the warm East. It is a climbing vine of the warm wet forests, twining up the trees and the trellises with glossy, heart-shaped, deep green leaves of a clean peppery fragrance, and it was these leaves, fresh and green, that were the foundation of the great chewing custom of the warm lands. A fresh leaf was smeared with a little paste of slaked lime, wrapped around a sliver of the areca nut, and perhaps a few spices, and chewed slowly, a small daily ritual of welcome and refreshment and quiet medicine that was offered to guests, exchanged between friends, and chewed by nearly everyone. From the king in his stone palace to the boatman on the brown river. In the old household and apothecary of the warm lands, the fresh green leaf was the chief part used, chewed in the daily way. And it was held to be a medicine as much as a pleasure, for the people believed the warm peppery leaf to freshen and cleanse the mouth and sweeten the breath, to wake and rouse a dull and sluggish body, to warm and settle the digestion after a meal, and to clear the head of a heavy weariness. A warmed leaf was laid, too, upon the chest of a child with a cough, and upon small aches and swellings, and the juice of the leaf was used against small troubles of the mouth and throat. There is a deep and binding sociability in this glossy green leaf, the small shared ritual of the chew, offered to every guest, exchanged in welcome, chewed by king and boatman alike across the warm lands. It is a herb of warming and rousing, peppery and green and sociable, woven into the very daily courtesies of the southern world. We will turn now to the 90th. The 90th cure is the areca nut, the hard seed of the slender palm, the constant companion of the betel leaf in the great chewing custom of the warm lands. It comes from a tall, slender, graceful palm of the warm lowlands, with a crown of feathery fronds high upon a smooth, ringed trunk, bearing clusters of orange, red fruits, within each of which lies a single hard, round, mottled seed, the areca nut, and it was this hard seed, sliced thin, that was wrapped within the betel leaf, with its dab of lime and chewed, the two together making the whole of the custom, so that the one was scarcely ever named or used without the other. In the old household and apothecary of the warm lands, the hard nut was sliced thin or grated, and a sliver of it was the heart of the daily chew. But it was kept by the apothecary too for a particular and trusted medicine, given in a decoction or chewed alone against the worms that troubled the bellies of children and grown folk alike, for the hard astringent nut was held above many other things to quell and expel the belly worms. It was held also to warm and move a sluggish digestion, to gather in and steady a leaking and unsteady gut, and the chewing of it with the leaf to rouse and brighten a dull body, and to stain the lips and teeth the deep red that was, in those lands, a mark of beauty and of long custom. There is a particular and ancient character to this hard mottled nut, the constant companion of the green leaf, sliced into the daily chew, kept by the healer against the belly worms. It is a herb of warming and steadying and quelling, hard and astringent and faithful, the inseparable partner of the betel leaf in the long custom of the warm lands. We will turn now to the 91st. The 91st plant is the galungol, the fragrant root much like a sharper and more aromatic cousin of the ginger, kept across the warm lands for the cold belly and the sluggish digestion and woven deep into the cooking and the medicine alike. It is a tall, leafy plant of the warm, wet lowlands, close kin to the ginger, sending up reed like stalks of long, narrow leaves from a knot of underground stems, with lovely pale orchid-like flowers, and beneath the soil a hard, dense, pale, nobly rhizome, sharper and more sharply aromatic than the true ginger, carrying a clean, sharp citrus and pine fragrance and a fierce penetrating heat. It was a constant friend of the warm kitchen and the warm cupboard, ground into the fragrant pastes of the southern cooking and kept by the healer for its warming medicine, In the old household and apothecary of the warm lands, the hard fragrant rhizome was sliced or pounded fresh, and a decoction of it or a little of it taken in food was given for the cold, griping, oppressed belly, for the cramping wind of a chilled stomach, for the queasy and churning gut that would not settle, and for the early chill of a fever. The people held the sharp fragrant root to warm and rouse a cold and sluggish digestion, to drive out the gripping wind and the chill of the belly, to settle a churning stomach, and to clear the head and rouse a dull body. A warm decoction of it was given, too, against the cough of a chilled chest. There is a clean, sharp, bright fragrance in this hard pale root, pounded into the fragrant pastes of the southern kitchen and kept by the healer to warm the cold belly. It is a herb of sharp warming, fragrant and fierce and faithful, the constant friend of both the cooking pot and the cupboard in the warm lands. We will turn now to the 92nd. The 92nd plant is the lemongrass, the tall fragrant grass of the warm lands, kept for the fever and the digestion and prized for the clean, bright scent of lemon that it gives to the cooking pot and the healing cup alike. It is a tall, dense, clump, forming grass of the warm lowlands, with long, narrow blue-green blades that rise in a great fountain from the ground, and the whole plant, when crushed or cut, releases a clean, bright, sharp scent of lemon, fresh and reviving, that has made it beloved across the warm lands, both in the kitchen and the sick room. The tender, pale base of the stalk was pounded into the fragrant pastes of the southern cooking, and the long blades were gathered and steeped for a clean, fragrant tea that was both a pleasure and a quiet medicine. In the old household and apothecary of the warm lands, the long, fragrant blades and the tender stalks were used fresh where possible, and a warm infusion of the bruised grass made a clean, bright, lemon-scented tea, given for the feverish heat of a cold, to bring on a gentle cooling sweat, for the queasy and unsettled stomach, for the wind and cramping of a troubled belly, and to clear and revive a dull and heavy head. The people held the fragrant grass to be cooling and dispersing in a fever, to draw out a gentle healing sweat, to settle a churning and griping belly, and to clear and brighten a heavy head, and the clean lemon scent of it was held in itself to lift and revive a weary spirit. There is a clean, bright, reviving freshness in this tall, fragrant grass, the scent of lemon rising from the crushed blade, the clear, fragrant tea steaming in the cup. It is a herb of cooling and reviving, fresh and bright and kind, the fragrant friend of the feverish and the weary in the warm lands. We will turn now to the 93rd. The 93rd plant is the pandan, the long fragrant leaf of the warm lands, kept above all for the sweet green fragrance it gives, a scent so beloved that it was woven into the food, the drink, the medicine, and even the very air of the warm households. It is a sprawling, shrubby plant of the warm, wet lowlands, with long, narrow blade, like glossy green leaves that arch out in great fountains from its woody stems, and these long leaves, when cut or bruised, release a soft, sweet, green, grassy fragrance, gentle and lovely and unmistakable, that has made the plant beloved across the whole of the warm East as the giver of a sweet green scent and a soft green color to the cooking and the household. The leaves were tied into knots and dropped into the cooking pot, woven into mats and baskets, and laid about the rooms to sweeten the warm, heavy air. In the old household and apothecary of the warm lands, The long, fragrant leaves were used fresh, bruised, or steeped, and a warm infusion of them, soft and sweetly fragrant, was given to settle and calm a restless and troubled spirit, to ease a heavy and aching head, to soothe an unsettled and griping belly, and to bring a gentle quieting to a body that could not rest. For the people held the soft, sweet green fragrance itself to calm and soothe a troubled mind, and to ease the small aches and unsettlements of the body. The leaves were laid, too, in the bedding and about the sleeping rooms, that their soft, sweet scent might quiet a restless sleeper toward peace. There is a soft, sweet, green loveliness in the fragrance of this long leaf, tied into the cooking pot, woven into the mats, laid in the bedding to sweeten the warm night air. It is a herb of gentle calming, soft and sweet and green. And if you can imagine that soft green fragrance settling over your own resting room now, you may feel something of the quiet it brought to the sleepers of the warm lands. We will turn now to the 94th. The 94th plant is the kaffir lime, the nobly green fruit and the glossy double leaf of the warm lands, kept for the clearing of the head and the cleansing of the body, and prized for its bright, sharp, cleansing fragrance. It is a small, thorny, glossy, leaved citrus tree of the warm lowlands, bearing curious double leaves, each looking like two leaves joined end to end, and small dark green, deeply knobbled and wrinkled fruits, unlike the smooth fruits of other limes. And both the fragrant double leaf and the knobbly rind were prized across the warm lands, in the kitchen and the household and the cupboard alike, above all for the bright, sharp, clean, intensely citrus fragrance that they gave when bruised or grated. In the old household and apothecary of the warm lands, the fragrant double leaves were torn into the cooking pot for their clean, sharp scent, and the leaves and the nobly rind were kept by the healer too, for their cleansing and reviving medicine. A warm infusion of the bruised leaves was given to clear a heavy and aching head, to revive a dull and weary body, and to settle an unsettled stomach. And the bright, sharp scent of the crushed leaf was breathed in to clear a stuffed and heavy head, and to revive a faintness. The juice and the rind were used in washes for the hair and the skin, held to cleanse and freshen and to clear away corruption, and a little of the juice was taken to clear and brighten a sluggish body. There is a bright, sharp, clean freshness in the scent of this knobbly fruit and its glossy double leaf, torn into the cooking pot, breathed in to clear the heavy head. It is a herb of bright cleansing and reviving, sharp and clean and fragrant, the fresh friend of the weary head and the sluggish body in the warm lands. We will turn now to the 95th. The 95th plant is the tamarind, the great pod-bearing tree of the warm lands, kept for its sour brown pulp, a gentle cooler of the heated body, and a kindly mover of a sluggish and clogged belly. It is a large, handsome, spreading tree of the warm lowlands, with fine feathery leaves of many small leaflets that fold together at night, and long, knobbly, brown pods, within which lies a sticky, sour, dark brown pulp wrapped about the hard seeds, and it was this sour pulp that was prized across the warm lands. In the cooking pot for its bright sour tang, and in the cupboard for its gentle cooling and moving medicine. The great trees were planted along the roads, and in the village squares for their deep, cool shade, and their sour pods were gathered, and the pulp stored for the whole of the year. In the old household and apothecary of the warm lands, the sour brown pulp was steeped in water to make a cool, sour, refreshing drink given against the great heat of the tropics, for a parching thirst, for the feverish and overheated body, and to move and cool a sluggish and clogged belly. For the people held the sour cooling pulp to draw off the burning heat of a feverish body, to quench a great thirst, and to move and loosen a stuck and heated gut gently and without violence. The cool sour drink was a common and beloved refreshment against the heavy heat of the long tropical days, and a little of it was given, too, to wake a flagging appetite and to settle a heated and queasy stomach. There is a cool, sour, refreshing kindness in this brown pulp, steeped into a cooling drink against the heavy heat, the great tree spreading its shade above the village square. It is a herb of cooling and gentle moving, sour and cool and kind, the refreshing friend of the heated body in the warm lands. We will turn now to the 96th, and to the last of our remedies from the great kingdoms of the warm rivers. The 96th cure is the nutmeg and its scarlet lace, the mace, the twin spices of a single small fruit that grew, for long ages, on only a few small far islands of the eastern seas, and were carried across the whole world at a price beyond reckoning. They come from a handsome evergreen tree that grew, for long ages, only upon a small cluster of far islands in the warm eastern seas, with glossy leaves and small pale flowers, bearing a round fruit like a small apricot that splits open when ripe to show, within, a single dark seed wrapped in a lacy scarlet net. That dark seed dried is the nutmeg, warm and sweet and aromatic, and the scarlet lace about it, dried to a deep orange, is the mace, sharper and finer in its scent, and the two together made one of the most precious and most fought over of all the treasures of the spice trade, sought by merchants and kings from half the lands of the earth. In the old household and apothecary of the warm islands, and far beyond them, wherever the precious spices were carried, a little of the grated nutmeg or the powdered mace was kept in the most careful jar and parted with sparingly, and it was given, warmed in milk or in a little wine, for the cold and griping belly, for the wind and the loose and churning gut of a chilled digestion, and, in a famous and beloved old use, for the bringing on of a deep and peaceful sleep, for a little of the warm sweet spice, in a cup of warm milk at night, was held across many lands to quiet a restless mind and draw a wakeful person gently down into sleep. The people held the warm sweet spice to warm and settle a cold and churning belly, to ease the gripping wind, and to soothe a restless body softly toward rest. There is a deep, warm, precious sweetness in these twin spices, the dark seed in its scarlet lace, carried at such cost across the wide world, and a fitting gentleness in that old and beloved use. The little of the warm spice in the cup of warm milk at night, given to draw a restless mind softly down into sleep. It is a herb, or rather a pair of spices, of warming and settling and quieting, and a fitting one to carry us toward the close of our long night, as the warm flowering kingdoms of the southern seas grow still, and the last few lamps of our long journey wait to be lit. Let your breath grow slow and even now, and let us drift on toward the very last of our remedies. We have come now to the very last of our lands and our lamps, to the closing centuries of the old pre-modern world of the East, the long quiet evening before the modern age came on with its laboratories and its measured powders. In these last centuries, the great cupboards of all the lands we have traveled, of India and China and Japan and Tibet and the warm southern kingdoms had grown rich and deep beyond all measure. And the merchants and the healers carried the precious roots and resins and barks of one land into the markets of another, until the whole of the East was joined together in one slow, patient web of healing knowledge, traded across the deserts and the seas. Let us light now the last 4 lamps of our long journey, with 4 of the precious and far-travelled remedies that close the long story of the old world. The 97th plant is the camphor, the white crystalline treasure drawn from the wood of a great tree of the warm islands, kept across the whole of the East for the clearing of the head and the chest, and for the cooling of a heated and aching body. It comes from a tall, spreading, evergreen tree of the warm forests, with glossy aromatic leaves, and the whole of its wood, when cut and steamed, gives up a white, crystalline, intensely fragrant substance, sharp and cool and penetrating, that rises straight to the head and clears it in an instant. And this white crystal, the camphor, was gathered with great labor by the steaming and distilling of the chipped wood, and was traded as one of the most precious of all the far eastern treasures, carried across the seas and the deserts to every land we have traveled. In the old apothecary, across the whole of the East, a very little of the white crystal was kept in a tightly sealed jar, for its sharp, cool fragrance was strong and quickly lost, and it was used by the careful grain. Dissolved in a little oil or spirit, it was rubbed upon the chest of one whose breath was tight and congested, that its cool penetrating vapor might open and clear the laboring chest, and upon the brow and the temples of one with a heavy aching head, to clear and cool it. A little of its vapor was breathed in against a stuffed and heavy head and a faintness, and the cool oil was rubbed upon aching joints and itching, heated skin to cool and soothe them. There is a sharp, cool, clearing freshness in this white crystal, drawn with such labor from the steaming wood, carried across the world, kept by the careful grain, and rubbed upon the laboring chest to open and cool it. It is a herb, or rather a fragrant treasure, of cool clearing and cooling, sharp and penetrating and precious, the clearer of the heavy head and the laboring chest across the whole of the East. We will turn now to the 98th. The 98th plant is the sappanwood, the red heartwood of a thorny tree of the warm lands, prized both as a precious red dye and as a quiet mover of a stuck and stagnant blood. It is a small, thorny tree of the warm lowlands, with feathery leaves of many small leaflets and clusters of yellow flowers, and within its trunk a fine, hard, deep red heartwood, which, when chipped and steeped, gives up a rich red dye that was prized across the whole of the East for the coloring of cloth, of paper, and of the lacquers and inks of the great workshops. But the same red wood that gave the precious dye was kept by the healer too, for much like the safflower and the red sage we met before, its deep red color was taken as a sign of its gift for the moving of the red blood. In the old apothecary of the warm lands, and wherever the precious red wood was traded, the chipped heartwood was steeped or simmered until the water ran a deep clear red, and this red decoction was given to move a blood grown stuck and stagnant within, to ease the cramping pains the healers linked to such stagnation, to free a woman's blocked and painful courses, and to disperse the bruised and congealed blood beneath an old injury or a heavy fall. The people held the red wood to quicken and free the stuck and stagnant blood, to break up what had congealed, and to ease the cramping and the aching that came of stagnation. And they trusted the likeness of its deep red color to the very blood it was given to move. There is a fitting beauty in this red wood, the same precious red that dyed the cloth, and the lacquer also given to move and free the red blood within. And the old healers saw no accident in the likeness. It is a herb of quiet quickening, red and precious and faithful, the mover of the stuck and stagnant blood, traded across the warm seas for its color and its medicine alike. We will turn now to the 99th. The 99th plant is the go-to cola, the small creeping leaf of the warm wet ground, the herb of long life and of the quiet, clear, untroubled mind, beloved across the whole of the southern and eastern lands. It is a low, creeping, modest little plant of the warm wet ground, the pond edge and the damp meadow, with small, round, scallop, bright green leaves held on slender stalks, spreading quietly along the soft wet ground by its trailing runners, asking little, easily overlooked. And yet it was honored across the whole of the warm East as one of the great herbs of long life, and of a calm and clear and untroubled mind, much as the Brahmi of old India was honored. And the two small water herbs were sometimes even confused with one another, so alike were their gentle gifts. In the old household and apothecary of the warm lands, the small fresh leaves were eaten raw as a quiet daily green, or steeped into a mild infusion, and they were given to calm and clear a troubled and racing mind, to steady a slipping memory, to ease a low and anxious spirit, and as a slow tonic for a long and steady life and a sound old age. For the people held the small round leaf to settle and brighten the mind, to deepen and steady the memory, and to keep the body and the wits clear and whole into great old age. A little of the herb was eaten daily by those who sought a calm heart and a long clear life, and a poultice of the fresh leaves was laid upon a slow, healing wound. There is a quiet and fitting loveliness in this small round leaf, creeping along the wet ground at the pond's edge, asking little, honored across the warm lands as the herb of long life and the clear, calm, untroubled mind. It is a herb of gentle calming and clearing, small and green and faithful, the quiet keeper of a settled mind, and a good one to dwell on as the night grows very deep and your own mind grows clear and calm and still. We will turn now to the 100th, the very last of all our remedies, the final lamp of our long journey across the lands and the centuries of the East. The 100th cure is the Asafoetida, the strange and powerful resin the healers of half the East called Hing, a thing of so fierce and so unforgettable a smell that it was kept apart in its own tightly sealed jar, and yet trusted, above almost any other, for the cold and griping and windy belly. It is the dried resin of the great fleshy taproot of a tall plant of the dry highlands of the far west, a plant with great divided leaves and broad umbels of small yellow flowers, and when the root of this plant is cut, it weeps a thick, milky, intensely pungent gum, which hardens into a brown resin of so powerful and so penetrating a smell, sharp and sulphurous and overwhelming, that it must be kept always in the most tightly sealed of all the apothecaries' jars, lest its odor fill the whole shop and cling to everything within it. And yet, for all its fierce raw smell, when it is cooked, that smell transforms entirely into something deep and warm and savory, and the healers of half the East trusted it deeply for the troubles of a cold and windy and griping belly. in the old household and apothecary, across the lands from the far west into India and beyond, a very small pinch of the brown resin was kept in its sealed jar and parted with by the least measure, and it was warmed in a little oil, where its fierce smell softened into a deep, savory richness, and then given for the cold, griping, painfully windy belly, for the cramping and the bloating, and the trapped wind that twist a chilled and sluggish gut, for the colicky pains of children, and for the heavy, oppressed fullness of a stuck digestion. The people held the cooked resin to drive out the trapped and griping wind with great power, to warm and rouse a cold and sluggish digestion, to ease the cramping and bloating of a troubled belly, and to settle and quiet a painfully windy and colicky gut, and they trusted it, despite its fierce raw smell, above many gentler things. There is a strange and fitting lesson in ending our long journey with this fierce and powerful resin, kept apart in its sealed jar for its overwhelming smell, and yet once gently cooked and softened. One of the kindest and most trusted of all the cures for the griping and the troubled belly, that the most useful gifts of the cupboard are not always the sweetest at the first encounter, and that a thing fierce and difficult in its raw state may become, with patient and gentle handling, a deep and faithful comfort. So the last of our 100 lamps is lit, and our long journey across the lands and the centuries of the East is, at last, complete. And so we have come to the end of our 100 cures, and to the end of our long, slow night together. Think for a moment, if your mind is still soft enough to think at all, of all the distance we have traveled. We began beside the sacred rivers of ancient India, 3,000 years ago and more, where the first physicians ground the winter cherry root and the golden turmeric, and grew the small sacred basil at the heart of the courtyard. We passed eastward to the broad, yellow plains of early China, where the old healers gathered the man-shaped ginseng root and the great yellow rhubarb and the warm, sweet cinnamon bark, and set down their patient lore in careful books. We drifted through the long settling centuries and the golden age of the great dispensaries, with their drawers of spices from half the world, the 8-pointed star and the pure white lotus and the small red goji berry. We came to the refined cabinets of a later age, with their deep, nourishing roots and their precious clinging orchids and their strange grass that grows from a sleeping creature in the high, cold meadows. We crossed the eastern sea to the quiet, rainy gardens of old Japan, with the great kuzu root and the fragrant shiso leaf and the small, soft wool of the mugwort smouldering gently upon the skin. We sat in the bright tea houses of the peaceful age, with the slow, whisked green tea and the ancient golden ginkgo and the sour pickled plum kept always in the kitchen jar. We climbed to the roof of the world, to the high cold snows of the great plateau, with the golden root of the high cliffs and the woolly flower of the highest meadows, and the small dark fruit the high physicians honored as the king of all the medicines. And we descended at last into the warm, green, flowering kingdoms of the southern seas, with the glossy betel leaf of the daily chew, and the bright lemongrass, and the sweet green pandan, and the precious nutmeg in its scarlet lace, before lighting these last few lamps of camphor and red wood, and the small herb of the clear calm mind, and the fierce faithful resin of the windy belly. 100 plants, 100 quiet answers, grown somewhere in the wide green world, gathered by patient hands, prepared with care. and trusted across the long centuries by people who knew nothing of the laboratories that were yet to come, and needed nothing of them, for they had learned, slowly and faithfully, to read the living world like a long and patient book. So many hands, across so many lands and so many years, bending to gather a root or a leaf or a flower, drying it in the shade, grinding it upon the stone, simmering it slowly by a low fire, and carrying the warm cup to someone who was weary or aching or feverish or simply unable to sleep. And that, in the end, is what nearly all of these gentle remedies were for. Not for great drama or sudden cure, but for the quiet easing of the small troubles of the body, the warming of a cold belly, the soothing of an aching head, the cooling of a fever, the calming of a restless and anxious heart, and again, in land after land and age after age, the drawing of a wakeful and troubled person softly down into the deep and healing rest of sleep. The lily seed and the lotus and the sour schizandra berry, the pale poria fungus and the far-reaching grassland root, and the warm sweet nutmeg in its cup of milk, the soft green pandan leaf laid in the bedding, and the cool sandalwood paste between the brows. In every one of these lands, across every one of these long centuries, the healers knew that there is no medicine quite so deep and so restoring as a good night's sleep, and they reached again and again for the gentle plants that might bring it. So let them bring it now to you. There is nothing more for you to do tonight, and nothing more to hear. The long journey is over. The 100 lamps are lit, and one by one, now, they may be let to burn low and go gently out. You need not hold any of it. You need not remember a single name. Let the winter cherry and the golden turmeric, the ginseng and the rhubarb, the lotus and the star anise, the green tea and the ancient ginkgo, the golden root of the high cliffs and the woolly flower of the snows, the betel leaf and the lemon grass, and the sweet warm nutmeg, let them all settle softly into the dark behind you, like the lights of a great city seen from far away, as you drift slowly past, growing smaller and dimmer and quieter, until they are only a soft warm glow upon the edge of the night. The shutters are drawn now. The fire is low. The small lamp on the workbench has burned down to its last quiet ember. The mortar and the pestle are wiped clean and set aside, and all the dark glass jars upon the long shelves are stoppered and still, holding their quiet remedies safe through the night, as they have been held safe through so many thousands of nights before this one. The old apothecary is closing for the evening, and there is nothing left in all the wide world that asks anything of you. Let your breath grow slow and slower still. Let the last of the day's small weights slide gently from your shoulders and your chest, and let your whole body grow soft and heavy and warm, sinking down into the kind dark like a stone sinking slowly through still water. There is no hurry. There is nowhere you need to be. There is only this quiet room, and the soft low glow of the last ember, and the long deep night opening out before you like a calm dark sea. And if you wish, before the last light goes, you might simply let yourself rest now, all the way down, into the deep and gentle sleep that all the patient healers of all those far lands and all those long centuries would have wished for you, more than any cure they ever ground or steeped or carried by candlelight. Rest now, sleep well. The lamps are going out one by one, and the night will hold you gently until the morning. Good night.